season. take their seats. We're just about to commence. Thank you.
Louisa.
lecture. This year's theme is the Human Trafficking Challenge, Addressing Emerging Issues. In a bit to commence this event, with the Lord's blessing, I'd like to call Bishop Joshua Luere to lead us in a word of prayer. Bishop.
Hello. May I ask all of us to stand up and honor God as we open this event with a word of prayer. Father God in heaven, we want to thank you so much. We know, Lord our God, that you are our ultimate judge. You are our lawgiver, and you are our king. But your word also says that righteousness and justice are the foundations of your throne. And here, Lord our God, we have a team of people that have come together, all of us together, to remember your daughter, Joan Kagezi, who, during the time of her service, lost her life. We look at her as a martyr, one who died in service, the same way the Lord Jesus gave his life for our lives. For that, Lord, we want to thank you. We want to thank you for her life, and in a special way, Lord our God, and in memory of her, Lord, we pray that justice in this country will continue to be done, because your throne is the throne of justice, is the throne of righteousness. And today, as we listen to the lecture, as we go through the speeches, Lord, we pray that we'll go back energized, committed to the cause of justice, committed to righteousness, committed to fight human trafficking, committed to fight crime. We pray, Lord our God, all of us who are seated here and those who are yet to come, including His Excellency the President, Lord, all of us will be anointed afresh as we listen, as we remember our sister, as we talk about her, as we continue to share. Lord, we pray that our spirits will be energized, will be inspired, will be empowered to fight evil, to subdue it. We give you glory, we give you honor. We pray that your presence will be here, your spirit will be with us. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, we have prayed. Amen. Amen.
Kindly take your seats. Bishop Joshua Luere, we thank you. The Right Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, Justice Richard Butera, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Muruli Mukasa, the Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court, judges of the High Court, heads of diplomatic missions, religious leaders, representatives of the Commissioner General of Prisons, the keynote speaker, Mr. Dean Morgan, Regional Director of Operations, Africa and Middle East, Operation Under Railroad, the Deputy Directors of Public Prosecutions, the President of the Uganda Law Society, the family of the late Joan Kagezi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the 5th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. To commence today, it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our host, the DPP, Jane Francis Sabodo, to actually give us welcome remarks. Please give a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Right Honorable Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, Justice Richard Butera, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Muruli Mukasa, the Honorable Justices of the Supreme Court present, judges of the High Court present, heads of diplomatic missions, religious leaders, the representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons, the keynote speaker, Mr. Dean Morgan, Regional Director of Operations, Africa and Middle East, Operation Underground Railroad, the Deputy Directors of Public Prosecutions, the President, Uganda Law Society, the beautiful family of the late Joan Kagezi, distinguished dignitaries in all your respective capacities. Welcome to the 5th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. This is an annual event intended to commemorate the life and work of the departed colleague whose life was prematurely ended at the hands of cowardly criminals in the line of her duty. As you may remember, Joan was assassinated on the 30th of March 2015 in Kampala as she headed home from work. She left behind 4 children, 2 of whom are with us today, Philip and Carol. Before I address you on this year's theme, let me make a few remarks about the late Joan. This is the Joan I knew. Joan Kagezi served the government of Uganda as an attorney for 23 years. She joined the then Directorate of Public Prosecutions in 1994 as a state attorney, rising through the ranks to a senior principal state attorney at the time of her assassination. Joan was a dedicated officer with a sense of commitment to our family, to our work, and to our country. She is our heroine as prosecutors, and we still miss her. At the time of her assassination, she was the head of our International Crimes Department, and she was the lead prosecutor in the 2010 bombing cases. Investigations into her death are still going, and delay in conclusively bringing our culprits to book is a true manifestation of the complexities that come with handling terrorism and other transnational crimes and crime in general today. Our unwavering commitment to work tirelessly until justice is delivered. There are some key lessons that we learned from Joan Kagezi assassination. The Joan Kagezi case not only reminds us of the importance of public prosecutors, but also highlights the risks that prosecutors shoulder on behalf of the public in the process of enforcing criminal justice. On every given day, a prosecutor is either perusing a case file or guiding the police on investigations, or preparing witnesses, or court papers for court, or prosecuting accused persons to ensure that wrongdoers are kept away from society, or defending convictions in superior courts. By so doing, we become a direct target to the criminals, most of whom are better equipped in terms of knowledge and facilities. My advocacy for the plight of prosecutors is well documented. I cannot overemphasize the eminent need for the betterment of the welfare, security, and other incentives necessary for the better performance of the roles of public prosecutors. I strongly believe that prosecutors play a central role in the criminal justice system, without which public governance would be a nightmare. This year's theme, the 5th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, is held under the theme, The Human Trafficking Challenge, Addressing Emerging Trends. This year's Joan Kagezi commemoration is also intended to raise awareness in the area of prosecuting trafficking in persons cases within Uganda, regionally, and globally. It is intended to amplify the role of prosecutors, collaborations with both national and international agencies in the fight against human trafficking, and to remind ourselves about the challenges, opportunities, and best practices in our collective efforts in combating trafficking in persons. Human trafficking is arguably one of the most profitable transnational crimes today, The sale of human beings is believed to be third after the sale of drugs and arms, most lucrative international and illegal enterprise. It is, however, predicted that human trafficking profits may eventually surpass the net profits yielded from the sale of drugs and weapons. The rationale is that drugs and weapons have finite usage, while humans can be sold multiple times. Profits for the sale of humans can accrue seemingly infinitely, depending on how many sales occur. Although human trafficking is described as the modern-day form of slavery, the practice of selling and enslaving humans is not a new occurrence. Ancient Egypt, for instance, used slaves to build its immense pyramids. Portugal, during the 15th century, bought and sold slaves from Africa and Europe. In the 18th century, transatlantic slave trade between Europe, Africa, and the Americans facilitated the sale of humans, sometimes in exchange for weapons and molasses. Uganda is currently facing a wide range of human trafficking issues. The predominant efforts to fight human trafficking at the international level have been criminalization and prosecution of offenders. Uganda follows a similar path. Prosecution-based approach, however, largely fails because it does not deal with the root causes of human trafficking. The development approach, which focuses on addressing the social, economic, and political factors that facilitates human trafficking, may be more successful. Let me now go to the role of prosecutors in the criminal justice system. The mandate of the ODPP is derived under Article 121 of the Uganda Constitution. We are mandated to direct police to investigate any information of a criminal nature, to institute criminal proceedings against any person or authority in any court other than the court martial, to take over and continue any criminal proceedings instituted by any person or authority, to discontinue at any stage before judgment any criminal proceedings. Currently, the ODPP is comprised of 16 regional offices in the areas of Kampala, Nakaba, Mpigi, Mukono, Jinja, Mbale, Soroti, Lira, Gulu, Arua, Masindi, Masaka, Mbarara, Porto, Kampala, and Mubende. We also operate in about 140 stations and hope to expand in the near future. The objective of these field offices is to take prosecutorial services closer to the community. The human trafficking challenge in Uganda. Uganda is a source and a destination country for men, women, and children trafficked for purposes of forced labor and sexual exploitation. According to a US State Department report, Ugandan children are trafficked within the country for forced labor in the fishing, agricultural, cattle herding, mining, stone quarrying, brick making, car washing, scrap metal collection, bars, restaurants, and domestic service sectors. Girls and boys are also exploited in prostitution. They are trafficked to other African, Asian, and European countries for the same purposes. Women and children from Uganda's remote and undeveloped Karamoja region are sold as slaves in cattle markets or by intermediaries and are subsequently forced into domestic servitude, sexual exploitation, cattle herding, and begging. Human trafficking of Ugandans, especially women, for the forcible removal of body organs is widespread. So-called witch doctors seek various body parts of live victims for traditional medical concoctions, commonly purchased to heal illnesses, foster economic advancement, or hurt enemies. Licensed and unlicensed Kampala-based security companies and employment agencies continued to recruit Ugandans to work as security guards, laborers, and drivers in the Middle East. The media is awash with reports of some Ugandan migrant workers enduring forced labor while in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, and Kuwait, even when recruited by licensed agencies. Some Ugandan women fraudulently recruited for employment in the Middle East find themselves exploited in forced prostitution in the United Arab Emirates, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. A network of Ugandan women reportedly coordinated sending Ugandan women for exploitation in forced prostitution across East Africa, including China, Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia. All this is documented. I did not just make it up. If you get my speech, you will get the footnotes. Initially, the women are fraudulently recruited for work as hairdressers, nannies, and hotel staff, but later forced into prostitution to repay the costs of their travel. It is well documented that some armed groups, such as the ADF, recruit men and children, at times fraudulently or at times by force, from within Uganda for rebel activities in the eastern DRC. The government efforts to prosecute internal trafficking crimes remain inadequate. While as there is concerted effort by police and other security agencies to identify trafficking victims, there is still insufficient capacity to provide them with adequate services. In most cases, we rely on international organizations and NGOs to provide necessary care. Official corruption, and I put official in quotes, corruption hinders efforts to oversee the work of labor recruitment agencies. Ugandan civil servants and the political elites are said to own recruitment agencies and interfere in their certifications. Amidst those challenges, it's expected that prosecutorial decisions are made in public interest and to ensure that offenders promptly prosecuted as a deterrent measure to curb the vice. The other challenges: adoption of the Palermo Protocol. On July 1st, 2021, the United States Department of State released the 2021 Trafficking in Persons Report, in which the Republic of Uganda was still ranked as a Tier 2 watch list country. In this category are countries whose governments do not fully comply with TVPS minimum standards, but are making significant efforts to bring themselves into compliance with those standards. And I must say Uganda is doing exactly that. To date, at least 117 countries have signed onto the Palermo Protocol and 178 countries have adopted as parties. The Palermo Protocol and the PTIP Act both cover a broad range of offenses related to trafficking in persons and therefore provide police and prosecutors with a wide array of options in trafficking in persons cases, which is really very effective for us. Uganda is a signatory to the Palermo Protocol, but is yet to fully adapt. Complexity of criminal cases. In the last 5 years, there has been a substantial increase in trafficking in persons case filings within the office of the DPP, over 400% increase. The cases are complex and often involve organized crime, syndicates, terrorism, fraudulent financial schemes, and sensitive victim issues. Challenges on mutual legal assistance. In transnational cases, both Uganda police and prosecutors struggle to connect with governmental counterparts in neighboring countries, where victims were trafficked to and from. This leads to obstacles in gathering trafficking in persons evidence, generating victim support, and determining the best jurisdiction for prosecution. Security of the prosecutors. While as we have received security enhancement since the death of Joan, there has also been a substantial increase in security-related threats to prosecutors, calling for increased funding to the office to ably manage the security details. Lack of the law on the witness protection. Victims and witnesses play a pivotal role in the successful prosecution of our cases. Enacting the law on witness and victim protection will go a long way in realizing this dream. The Witness Protection Bill 2015, which seeks to establish a witness protection agency and a national witness protection program to provide protection and safety of a witness in proceedings, to facilitate witnesses in the Witness Protection Program to testify and give evidence during proceedings should be fast-tracked. The funding gaps. The ODPP has an acute funding deficit, which negatively affects our performance in the delivery of prosecution services. We also have staffing gaps. The ODPP currently has a total of 323 prosecutors throughout Uganda, handling about 200 criminal cases a year. That makes approximately 650 cases per prosecutor per year. That is way above the international standards. International best practices in prosecution suggest that prosecutors should not handle more than 300 criminal cases per year. The above notwithstanding, we remain thin on the ground. The issue of inadequate staffing not only affects staff performance, but also demotivates prosecutors due to work overload. There are some success stories. In 2009, Uganda passed the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act 2009, which we call the PTIP. It's a comprehensive legislation providing for the prohibition of trafficking in persons, creation of offenses, prosecution and punishment of offenders, prevention of the vice of trafficking in persons, protection of victims of trafficking in persons, and other related matters. It provides for a broad definition of human trafficking and provides for a wide range of prohibited acts amounting to human trafficking. The above law was an effort to domesticate the UN protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, which Uganda signed on December 12, 2000. Uganda also passed the corresponding PTIP regulations in 2019. After the passing of the Prevention in Trafficking in Persons Act in 2009, Uganda created a coordinating office for the prevention of trafficking in persons and the Anti-Trafficking National Task Force, which has increased efforts in the coordination of TIP investigations and referral processes for victims. The government of Uganda also developed a National Action Plan and National Referral Mechanism 2020, providing for a roadmap for coordinating efforts and resources to fight human trafficking. Specialized investigations and prosecution of TIP, both from CID and ODPP, have specialized teams devoted to handling TIP investigations and prosecutions. As ODPP, we created a specialized unit to deal with TIP cases under our International Crimes Department. We also developed and are implementing prosecution-guided investigations on high-profile and challenging TIP cases. We also developed and are implementing the TIP prosecution guidelines for better TIP prosecutions based on international best practices. We have undertaken several capacity building initiatives for prosecutors through support from the Human Trafficking Institute and other partners. In conclusion, addressing the missing link. It is clear that despite existence of a strong legal framework and concerted efforts of enforcement through criminal prosecutions, there are still clear obstacles to successful combating of human trafficking. It is therefore important to critically examine the prosecution-based approach with a view of justifying the need for reform and/or application of a more pragmatic method in dealing with the problem. Inasmuch as criminal prosecution serves a good purpose, there is need for government to direct similar focus to addressing factors that encourage human trafficking. The prosecution-based approach, though critical, does not address the root causes, the pull and push factors for human trafficking, such as gender inequalities, natural disasters, weak and undeveloped social structures, weak national system for registration of children, extreme poverty, unemployment, political insecurity, weak regulated labor exports. To this extent, I recommend an application of a hybrid approach, a combination of prosecution and development approach. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you so much. My My Lord the Chief Justice, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the DPP. It's now my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the family of the late Joan Kagezi. Please welcome them.
The Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Justices present, judicial officers, our guest speaker and keynote speaker for today, Mr. Dean Morgan, prosecutors and advocates, foreign dignitaries present, distinguished guests from government and academia, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Kagezi family, it is my sincere pleasure to welcome you to the 5th Annual Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, KCM, and other stakeholders for supporting and organizing this year's event. The Memorial Lecture serves to stimulate broader discussions on international crimes from different lenses, as seen by the national and international stakeholders in the fight against such crimes. Today's program is very much in keeping with the mandate because history shall continue to have a greater consequence for our allies around the world in the ongoing fight. Today's featured speakers have a leading role, both locally and internationally, in that effort. This lecture significantly leaves me exuberant for a number of reasons. Firstly, the lecturers, panelists, and discussants for the last couple of years have been of a diverse nature, bringing together local, regional, and international legal practitioners and stakeholders who significantly, through discussions, encompass and reiterate that this fight is a global issue. Relating and drawing from different experiences, I believe that this lecture significantly serves to our benefit, and maintaining close relational ties among stakeholders at various levels of the justice system certainly creates the greatest impact. Secondly, the themes of the lectures are truly great issues of our time and cause for imperative and impactful discussions, recourse for considerations, and adoption of relevant and holistic approaches to the fight. 6 years ago, Advocate Shaun Abrahams, the then National Director of Public Prosecutions of South Africa, led a discussion on fighting terrorism and organized crime. Mr. William Naruth, the then resident legal advisor of the United States Department of Justice attached to Kenya, discussed and shared his view and experience in addressing challenges in the investigation and prosecution of sexual violence in conflict situations. The Chief de Cabinet to the Special Tribunal of Lebanon, Mr. Nicholas Goulou, discussed courts, not guns, combating terrorism through the law. And today's lecture on human trafficking is not an exception to the realm covered by international crimes and a necessity to address such a key issue in our developing world. Interestingly, prior to the demise of our late mother, the late Joan Kagezi, she had started an organization together with her sister, Mrs. Jane Francis, and a couple of other family members. Molido, an NGO, was set up with the sole purpose of supporting victims of human trafficking and domestic violence. Today's theme, therefore, sits close to her passion and an impending need to raise the voice against human trafficking, the modern-day slavery that benches in our backyards. Hopefully, at the end of this lecture, greater synergies shall be formed among stakeholders present in order to keep the torch for justice in this area lighting high and bright. The third reason relates to why we as a family look forward to this event every year. The memorial lecture honors the legacy of the late Joan Kagezi, a spirited advocate whose unwavering commitment to the fight against international crimes within Uganda, the region, and the world at large continues to influence, inspire, and challenge the desire for justice. Today's lecture, being discussed and deliberated by a diverse panel of experts, properly honors the memory of the late Joan Kagezi, in addition to engaging and enlightening the public on international crimes, particularly human trafficking. Please join me once again in welcoming you all to the 5th Annual General Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture, and may you be inspired, challenged, and your resolve for justice strengthened by the end of this lecture. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Philip and Carol Kagezi. Round of applause as they walk down. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, I'd like you to draw your attention to the screen. We've got a special documentary we'd like you to watch.
She was a very proactive parent, very involved. We always joke about how when Harvey, our youngest, was in nursery and they had to do like a sort of career profile, and he'd always wanted to be an FBI agent. And so of course, Mommy knew that Harvey could not draw, but then she knew that he had all these ideas about it. So she went on the internet. I remember that time, so first of all, she bought a printer. Went onto the internet, printed all these images. She didn't even know how the printer works. She just said, set it up, let's print the images, got these charts. She made an entire flip file of like sticking pictures and saying Harvey at graduation from the FBI Academy and things like that. So it was really hilarious because to top it all off, she also used her left hand to write so it could look like it was Harvey's handwriting. So that was Mommy.
Because when we were in court one time, she asked the judge that she wants a break. Can we have a break? And the judge refused and said, no, let's finish up. And she just burst out in tears. And she started crying, and then the judge was so taken aback and says, okay, let's have the break. Then when we went to office, she was laughing so hard. She said, I needed the break, so I had to get it either way.
She loved everyone that she found in her path. She loved us genuinely and wholeheartedly. Made the time for anything that concerned us. I think she was the greatest cheerleader I've ever met for my siblings and even for myself. At any one point in whatever I wanted to pursue, she was always there and she walked with us and stood with us. Even if it was probably a swimming training session, she ran across that pool just so that, you know, you had a voice as you swam across the pool to try and maybe make the cut for any of the in school or inter-school or country, you know, qualifications.
There used to be cars in the office of the DPP called Santanas. She was driving it. Then she told me after 1 month, she told me, but Jane, why can't I give you this car? Me, I can drive. I said, I don't know how to drive. She said, no, you learn. And she actually pushed me and told me, now I'm giving you this car. So I had to learn, crash program, 2 weeks, I learned how to drive and I started driving the Santana. And she had a small car, Starlet, and she was driving that. That was Joan.
By then we didn't have a lead car, so we didn't have a car which maybe could open for us. So I had to turn. To take her. So we moved, I moved. It was a struggle. I could have to come out of the car, explain to people, please, we are saving life here. Off the road, come the vehicle, drive. Please. There are times we have to go to the pavement. There are times we have to drive on the right, go on the left.
I don't pick calls when I'm driving, so I ignored it. Then I saw again. Then the person I picked, then I saw it was Grace Akulo. Then she kept on calling, so I had to park on the side of the road. And she just told me the worst news ever. And she told me, Joan has been shot. Then I said, what do you mean Joan has been shot? No, I just left her in office. She said, no, Joan has been shot. I said, no, it's not possible. You first cross-check. She said, no, I am here. Oh my God, that thing still rings in my mind.
There's no guide, there's no template as to how to deal with things like that. Sometimes I still smell the blood. Sometimes I still feel the weight of carrying her. I don't think it's something that anybody can ever recover from.
As I walked out of the bathroom, for me, I can actually still smell that carpet. As I walked out of the bathroom, the corridor just shifted and it just felt like I was losing balance. And in that moment, in my heart, it's like I felt something dissolve and something just told me that she has passed away.
And I remember the last thing she said was, I want mangoes that should last me till like Thursday for juice. And after that, I was sitting in the co-driver's seat. I just had like a loud bang. I don't know that it was a loud bang. It just sounded like almost like an explosion. And then there was a lot of ringing in my ears. And I remember thinking to myself, have we been bombed? Like, what's happening? So when I came back to myself, my first instinct was to turn around and actually first feel if I had all my limbs, which I did. Was I okay? I wasn't bleeding. And then I turned around to check if Pala and Javi, who were sitting in the back seat, were okay. So I turned around, I asked them, are you guys okay? They said, yeah, we are fine. And then that's when I turn and look at my mom. And so now we all realize that something has happened.
Joan was a very good friend. She was a mentor. She was my confidant.
I don't think that I've thought about justice in the sense of we must put to book whoever did it. I don't think I have the strength for it. Maybe it's a trauma response. It's like it happened, it happened. So even if you show me somebody and you tell me that right there is the person who did this, I don't know that it will do anything for me because it can't bring the life back.
This has not only happened to our family. There are a number of people who have experienced or gone through what we have experienced. So I believe that there is a need for justice because it demonstrates and would give people hope in our justice system for very, very severe crimes.
6 years down the road, we have not brought anyone. I am at the top of an institution that is managing and controlling criminal prosecutions, and then one of our own was taken out of action, and we have not prosecuted anyone as yet. But at the same time, I know that there are a number of unresolved murders, so many of them. But it is sad that the one of Joan is one of them. But the comfort I have is that one day it will be resolved. Criminal cases never die.
First of all, to the people who could have organized or conspired to kill her. Everything is documented. It will still go on and you will still be convicted because there is a system. We are all doing God's work. Me as an investigator, Joan as a prosecutor, we are doing God's work.
I did not imagine my mother's personal traits and character. It's even more humbling to see her work continuing even after her physical life on earth.
This is the 5th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. It's the first of its kind to be based on the theme on human trafficking. And the theme is actually the Human Trafficking Challenge, Addressing Emerging Trends. I did work with Joan as my supervisor. I was with her at the International Crimes Department just before her assassination. I was working directly under her as a supervisor. She was my mentor, and I treasure the memories I shared with her, the guidance, and to me, she's really a heroine, and I'll always remember her because she's done a great job in mentoring me to get where I am today.
Her death, we hope, will serve as an inspiration to new prosecutors, and that's why we celebrate her very short but very effective and wonderful life. Joan was a quintessential prosecutor. She believed in whatever she did, and she did it with a passion, with commitment, and with belief. So in losing her, we lost a very, very important cornerstone of this organization of Public Prosecutions.
Joan Kagezi was very instrumental in combating trafficking in persons. The cases, the locus classicus cases that we now rely on, and the first cases of human trafficking were prosecuted by Joan Kagezi. Cases such as the Uganda versus Natkonda Faith, Uganda versus Omutoni were all prosecuted by Joan Kagezi. And she had a passion for victims, and she was, her prosecutions were victim-centered. You can see that right from the work that she was doing at ICD, and I believe that I try to walk in Joan's footsteps, though they are very, very big for me. Some of the emerging trends that we see today include organ trafficking, that's high on the agenda. We also see online child sexual exploitation that has been on the increase, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also seen trends such as trafficking of Ugandans for purposes of surrogacy, or some of them to be exploited as baby factories. And I must say that sometimes Ugandan boys and girls, women and men are trafficked for purposes of engaging in labor, exploitation, and when they get to the destination countries, the story is different.
There is a friend of mine who advised me to get a passport. Then another friend of mine told me that there is a grandfather who wants a young girl like me that can go and help his daughter. Then he was like, oh, where is the daughter? They told me the daughter, she's in China but pregnant. So she will need someone to do what? Someone to help her. Then the lady sent me a visa. After sending me the visa, then they had booked for me a ticket. Then after getting a ticket, I had to fly to where? To China, West Guangzhou. Then after reaching there, I found everything was real different from that what they told me here. So after reaching there, I found they had to take me to the hotel, an unknown hotel, but later on I discovered the hotel was called Rongan Hotel. So I had to be there like a week. It was a must every day. That lady would send 4 men, but 2 at the same time. At the first week, I fainted. Then she has to take me to the hospital because I was bleeding. I was very down. I was depressed. We flew back to Uganda. I remember IOM came with 3 cars to pick us on the airport. They welcomed us with a lot of love. Went through the process until I met Joan Kagezi Kololo. When I reached in her office, the first thing she did, she gave me a hug and cried. I don't know why I don't know why she cried at that moment, but she gave me, what I remember, she gave me a hug and cried. Then after, I remember the first thing she told me after hugging me, that you're a strong woman, you're unique, your painful story is your greatest asset. That's what she told me.
The Prohibition and Prevention of Human Sacrifice Act that was enacted last year by the Parliament of Uganda goes a long way to supplement the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act in as regards to offences such as aggravated trafficking in children for the purposes of human sacrifice. We have registered an increase in such cases, making the children vulnerable, and therefore we believe that the laws in place only come to help us to ensure that the perpetrators of this crime are brought to book.
We have very many cases that we have even worked along with Champs Child Care Ministries, cases to do with child sacrifice And this one has not started now. We started in 2017, working closely with the organization to rescue children who had been victims of child sacrifice. Those who survived death, we referred them to CHAMP's Child Care Ministry, and they have been able to get medical treatment, psychosocial support, education, but as well, we have worked closely with them to make sure that we trace for the perpetrators and taken them to court.
My work here in Uganda as a partner is to work with police and with prosecutors in the area of trafficking in persons or human trafficking cases. So the Human Trafficking Institute, we provide training and resource development as well as day-to-day mentorship and consultation on cases involving trafficking in persons, both transnational and in domestic cases. You know, as a career prosecutor, I understand the importance of the role of prosecution in cases involving trafficking in persons. And this event, the memorial event of Joan Kagezi, is a powerful part of that. Understanding that a former prosecutor here at the DPP's office literally gave her life in pursuit of justice for these victims of trafficking. And it's an honor to be a part of that. We're honored to HTI to be a partnership with the DPP and with other partners as we recognize this event. And we're thankful to be a part of it. But prosecutors have to be courageous, and many of them are here working in Uganda in difficult conditions, handling very serious cases, understanding that at any moment they're risking their own personal safety, that of their family. So I think it's important to recognize the role of prosecution in these cases and just the work of the prosecutor and the risk that they take in pursuing justice for victims against traffickers. It is an absolutely critical role. The criminal justice system would collapse in Uganda if it weren't for the work of prosecutors in handling these cases. So it's an honor to be a part of that and to be on that team. And HTI is very thankful to be a part of that partnership.
This is our day. We're celebrating a heroine. We're celebrating a mother. We're celebrating a colleague. We're celebrating a gallant prosecutor. We're celebrating a champion of trafficking in persons, a champion of terrorism.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for how you continue to take care of us. It will not be direct, and that's the thing about judges. They take care of you in the background. And really, my message to him is just a big, heartwarming thank you for how much he has done and how much he's continuing to do at a personal level, taking care of us. But I also believe that at a national level, a lot of the things and decisions that the president is making.
CHAMP's Child Care Ministry has been very supportive, and without them, I don't think we would have been able to really have this 5th memorial lecture successfully. We have also had partnership from HTI, and of course our keynote speaker is from Operation Underground Railroad, and we want to say a big, big thank you. We can't thank you enough for coming in to be a keynote speaker in this very important event where our chief guest is going to be the head of state.
Very powerful production, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Our keynote speaker has over 30 years of experience in working in a wide range of defense and corporate security roles all over the world. He served in the Australian Army as a soldier and a commissioned officer, and as an operations director with the Australian Federal Police Protective Service, and as a consultant and an advisor to world-leading organizations. Outside of his home in Australia, he's lived in Papua New Guinea, Southern Philippines, China, Singapore, Malaysia, and Austria. His work has taken him to so many countries in Africa, Europe, Asia, and the Americas, where he's helped numerous organizations prepare and respond to a wide variety of challenging and security-related risks. He has provided executive protection for CEOs for some of the largest companies in the world, and has been retained as a crisis response consultant for kidnap for ransom cases, and as the most senior security executive for a number of multinationals, created and led their delivery of international strategic security and crisis management plans. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Regional Director of Operations for Africa and Middle East, Operation Underground Railroad from the USA, Mr. Dean Morgan.
Honourable guests, the Kagezi family, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honour to be here today, and I have to say to start, it was such a moving and deeply impactful documentary. It was an excellent publication. Thank you for putting that together. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this event. Those that know me will know that I'm generally a man of very few words, and definitely one that doesn't enjoy the spotlight. So it's unusual to find myself here today. However, it's certainly my honour to be here in this beautiful country and to be part of this very special day. So thank you again. Just last weekend, my wife, who's also with us here today, and I were saying that not so long ago, maybe a few months, we were talking to each other and would never have imagined that we'd have the opportunity to visit Uganda. Yet here we are. And not only that, we got to celebrate our 24th wedding anniversary in Jinja last weekend. And even more so, we get to be part of this very special event. It's warmly appreciated. Thank you also for the kind introduction. I've sat through many speeches where the presenter starts off by saying they hate talking about themselves and then go on to do it for the next 30 minutes. I promise I won't do that in this case. However, if I may, I'll just share a few things about myself, if for any other reason, to hopefully give you some context as to why I'm here in front of you today. I am Australian, which is why I'm trying to talk slow, believe it or not. I understand our accent is not so easy to follow. Carly, my wife, is Austrian. She's from the other side of the world, and we met in the Philippines, which is kind of in the middle. We've also learnt that Carly is okay in Lugandan, I think, so we're hearing her name a lot while we're here. We have two children, a 21-year-old son and a 23-year-old daughter, who are both living and working in Australia. My career spans a little over 35 years, and I've been extremely fortunate to not only have the career that I have had to date, but also to hold the position that I have now with Operation Underground Railroad, which I joined last August as the Regional Director for Operations for Africa and the Middle East. My remit is to grow and manage our footprint throughout this region. Already I can see that I'm starting to break my promise about not talking about myself, so let me provide you with a brief outline of what I would like to talk about today. Firstly, I'd like to give you an overview of who we are as an organisation. This is also to provide some further context as to why I'm here today, but also may help frame my thinking in putting this speech together. As we know, trafficking in persons is a complex problem throughout the world, certainly not unique to this one particular country. And I'd like to offer some thoughts on collaboration and partnerships, including two case studies. One case study shows an approach to tackling complex problems that I experienced in the private sector in a different industry. And the other case study highlights a scenario where multiple stakeholders work together to identify, investigate and prosecute a dangerous pedophile and child trafficker in Thailand. Moving on then, I would like to speak about some trends in trafficking. As an organisation, we're very fortunate to work with governments and like-minded NGOs around the world, and I'd like to offer some observations from what we have seen from them and what others have identified. Finally, although I've worked in different parts of Africa during my career, I'm brand new to Uganda and I certainly don't profess to have all the answers by any means. What I would like to finish off with, though, is some final points in the forms of questions and potential discussion points that perhaps we can explore over time as we continue our dialogue. So as I said in my outline, I'd like to start by providing you with some more information on the organisation I'm representing here today. Operation Underground Railroad, or OUR, is a non-profit organisation that is headquartered in Salt Lake City in America. Our founder is Tim Ballard, who is recognised around the world as a leader in the fight against human trafficking, in particular the exploitation of children. He's a former special agent with the Department of Homeland Security and worked extensively on investigating crimes against children, often in an undercover capacity, where he infiltrated and helped dismantle dozens of child trafficking rings inside and outside of the USA. In 2013, he left the government and created OUR. He is incredibly passionate about fighting trafficking and exploitation of people, particularly children, who are our most vulnerable. Our work is broadly separated into two departments. We have an international operations team, of which I'm part of. We work directly with government agencies to provide training, equipment, and investigative support. We also have an aftercare department who work with survivors of trafficking and exploitation in order to support their healing process and individual needs. By and large, they do this by providing support and collaboration to local in-country aftercare centres, including here in Uganda. We are growing our presence across the world rapidly. In America, we are supporting domestic law enforcement, mainly through the provision of equipment and a canine sponsoring program. These are dogs that are trained to sniff out and find electronic storage devices like small USB sticks, and they've proven to be very successful, particularly in the case of successful prosecutions. We've been working very closely with governments in South America and the Caribbean for many years now. This has included training, provision of equipment, and having our own undercover operatives work hand in hand with host governments in order to help them rescue victims of trafficking and to prosecute offenders. Our largest and most mature office is in Bangkok, Thailand. Here we work very closely with the Attorney General's Department and various specialist law enforcement agencies across the country. In Thailand, we've built digital forensics labs, provided ongoing training and investigative support to help them extract, manage and use digital evidence in a way that supports stronger cases for successful prosecution. We're expanding in Southeast Asia and the process now of developing our presence in Indonesia, Malaysia and Cambodia, and hopefully soon Australia. In Europe, we're in the process of opening a branch in Greece and have provided support in the form of equipment to a number of government agencies in that region. We're also currently supporting efforts in Romania to provide safe havens for orphans and other vulnerable people displaced due to the conflict in the Ukraine. Finally, Africa and the Middle East. Whilst we've not had a full-time presence in this region, we have for several years been working to help rescue and repatriate mostly African women from Gulf countries. These cases have largely been domestic migrant labour cases. However, just recently we've worked on sexual servitude cases involving Southeast Asian women being trafficked to the Gulf as well. Last year I did a tour of my region and determined what our priority countries would be, and Uganda is our number one priority country to grow, along with Jordan and Ghana. Our aspirations here in Uganda are fourfold. Firstly, we want to learn more. We want to learn more about the context of trafficking in this country, the transnational nature of it in the region, and the types of crimes that are happening. Secondly, we want to transfer knowledge. We don't have all the answers to everything, but we certainly have some knowledge from working around the world in similar situations. Thirdly, we want to build our relationships and continue to leverage on the excellent relationships that we already have. And then lastly, we want to build a team quickly and get after it, get after helping the local enforcement agencies rescue and rehabilitate traffic victims. We've made a start on our team already, and we're incredibly fortunate to have 𝐉𝐻𝐶𝐍 𝐊𝐀𝐆𝐄𝐙𝐈 as our country manager. Peter is also obviously with us here today. Thank you, Peter. As it happens, our Global Director of Digital Forensics, who oversaw the development of the Thailand Digital Forensic Labs and manages the ongoing training and investigative support, is also with us here today. Chad is an American and career law enforcement officer who specialised in internet crimes against children. He's a global expert, he lives in Bangkok, and we're lucky to have him here this week. Chad will be providing training to 20 of your law enforcement officers in the fundamentals of online investigations throughout the rest of the week. So that's a bit about OUR as an organisation. And I have to admit, much of this is new to me. Out of my 35 or so year career, about exactly 8 months of it has been in the private sector, in the civil society sector. It'd be very fair for me to say that I'm learning on a daily basis. However, one thing that I have experienced, whether as a commissioned officer in the Australian Army at the start of my career, or more recently as a global security executive in the private sector, is that complex problems usually require complex solutions. Often in the private sector, I would see a reluctance to accept some issues as complex, and instead of accepting the solution would also likely be complex, the mantra became one of simplification, because simplifying is what the textbooks and gurus tell us to do. Often, however, simplicity was confused with abbreviation, and the solutions looked great on paper but were rarely effective and sustainable. I think it was Leonardo da Vinci who said, "Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication." In other words, to truly simplify something takes deep insight and significant effort. Ironically, I think it was da Vinci because it was actually not that simple to find out who to attribute that quote to. Regardless, my own view is trafficking in persons is a complex problem. It's a problem that is characterised by many interrelated factors that create numerous forces, and it can be difficult to predict how trafficking will look in the future, which is another characteristic of a complex problem. For instance, how could we have known just 6 months ago that a conflict in Europe would see public authorities there forcibly blocking African students trying to flee a country, potentially leaving them more vulnerable to trafficking? Or that impossible to predict natural disasters like the 2010 earthquake in Haiti would create thousands of vulnerable children and become a magnet for international child trafficking rings, something that our organisation has first-hand knowledge of. There are many variables to this problem of trafficking that are outside of our control, which adds to its complexity. Another feature of complex solutions is the involvement of many different teams and stakeholders. No single stakeholder is going to solve human trafficking alone, and none should be expected to. This is why partnerships and collaboration should be an important component of any strategy to combat trafficking. I'd like to touch upon 2 case studies highlighting partnerships and collaboration. The first is an example of my experience in the private sector, specifically the resources sector, where mining and oil and gas companies worked closely with governments and civil society to ensure they operated their mines and gas fields in a way that respected the human rights and fundamental freedoms to all stakeholders, something that did not always happen in the past. The second case study outlines how our team in Thailand identified a pedophile who was trafficking his own children and then worked with the government to investigate and arrest him. So I mentioned my first case study was about the resource sector. This is an industry that has not always managed security-related human rights issues well. Issues included abuse towards community members by public and private sector security forces engaged by the companies, or the misuse of equipment provided by the companies to these security forces. Unfortunately, there are many examples in the past, such as the Canadian mining company in Papua New Guinea, whose security forces were raping women from the community regularly. Or the Australian mining company operating in the DRC, who provided vehicles to public security forces, who then used them to transport soldiers to commit human rights in the nearby community. Fortunately, in the year 2000, governments, companies and civil society got together to jointly address these security-related human rights abuses. A multi-stakeholder initiative was formed, which was called the Voluntary Principles on Security and Human Rights. These principles eventually developed into a standard which guided members from three distinct pillars: government, companies and civil society, in their responsibilities to uphold security-related human rights. Their very website states joint effort, collective gain, which I think is apt. And their multi-stakeholder initiative helps them develop relationships through which they can participate in dialogue, engage in mutual learning and joint problem solving, create common approaches to address challenges, and jointly promote human rights for a lasting impact. I was personally involved in this initiative for many years, representing the companies I worked for, and for a short while serving as the chair of the corporate pillar. Of course, as an initiative, it wasn't without its challenges, and it certainly wasn't a silver bullet. A key factor of multi-stakeholder initiatives is that can often be overlooked, is that sometimes not all stakeholders will agree. That's why it's a multi-stakeholder initiative. To me, that is fine. The key aspect to that initiative was the open dialogue and the willingness to discuss things around an open table. As I say, it was not a silver bullet to the problem, but I saw firsthand how it transformed many companies' approaches and, most importantly, improved the lives of those impacted by the resources sector, which was the common objective of each of those three pillars. Interestingly, around a year after this initiative was formed, the United Nations commissioned its guiding principles on business and human rights. Some of you may know that as the John Ruggie Principles. The voluntary principles aligned with these guidelines also, specifically its protect, respect and remedy framework. Governments protect human rights, companies respect them, and civil society, along with government, provide access to remedy when human rights have been abused. So what does this have to do with human trafficking? Well, although my experience is human trafficking and the sexual exploitation of women and children is certainly something that is experienced in the resources sector, in particular in artisanal and illegal mining circles, where often the only way women and children can participate in that economy is through sexual servitude. My main reason in talking about it was to highlight an approach towards a complex problem by using a multi-stakeholder initiative. My second case study is a little more granular and directly related to human trafficking, and in this case, the sexual exploitation of children. I mentioned earlier that our largest and most mature office is in Bangkok, Thailand. They've built a very strong relationship with the Thai Attorney General's Department and various police units throughout the country. We've been providing training to law enforcement agencies there for many years. This has included tactical or operational type training, such as vehicle and foot surveillance, through to more specialised training, such as conducting online investigations and how to use specialist equipment to extract and manage digital evidence in a manner that's going to support a successful prosecution. We work hand in hand with them on a daily basis. On some occasions, the police may come to us with a tip about a suspect trafficking ring or pedophile and ask us to conduct surveillance for more intelligence. However, for this particular case study, it was one of our own investigators who found a suspect pedophile and shared the tip with the police. In this case, our investigator was proactively monitoring online activity for any suspicious behaviour. Using an undercover persona, he joined an online chat group that was promoted as being for girls 10 years and older. Once inside the chat room, our undercover investigator was immediately contacted by one of the group administrators, who said she was a 10-year-old girl and that she was a professional model in Thailand. Through a series of careful exchanges with this person over some weeks, our undercover investigator suspected that she was not at all a 10-year-old girl, but in fact the father of a 10-year-old girl pretending to be one. I've overly simplified the process it took to get to this stage, but it involved significant experience and careful communication. Through more ongoing dialogue with the girl and further investigation, more details were discovered, including the name of the father, where he lived. This information was shared with our law enforcement partners in Bangkok, who approved us to continue investigating and to gather more intelligence. So now we're working hand in hand with the authorities. After careful surveillance of the suspect and further investigation, our undercover team created a ruse to meet the young girl in a shopping mall, a safe and very public place. Whilst the young girl was being engaged by our undercover team, our online investigator commenced an online chat with the same girl. A separate surveillance team was monitoring the father and captured evidence of him using his phone to chat at the very same time as our online investigator was chatting to the girl. This provided the evidence that it was in fact the father posing as a 10-year-old girl in the chat room. And without going into too many details, the chats were talking about opportunities to come and photograph the girl. More investigations and collaboration was then conducted. The father was a European citizen, and the Thai authorities worked with the father's home embassy to determine if he had any prior convictions. As it turned out, he had been convicted twice in his home country and served time for assaulting very young children. He was a very dangerous and sick pedophile. Authorities from other countries became involved too, because as we discovered in the chats, there were citizens of other countries involved in the chat room as well. With enough evidence in hand, the Thai authorities issued an arrest warrant for the father. A joint team consisting of authorities from multiple countries, various Thai departments and OUR were present when the father was arrested. OUR assisted the Thai authorities collect and manage evidence in a way best to support the prosecution. The outcome of this multi-stakeholder operation, which spanned several countries, the civil society and the public sector, was the arrest of a dangerous pedophile who was trafficking his own children. The safe removal of the children pursued, and numerous tips for authorities in several other countries to continue the investigation and hopefully locate and arrest more. To summarise this segment of my speech, human trafficking is a complex problem and likely requires a complex solution to combat it. Key component for complex solutions is a need for multiple parties working together and leveraging each other's strengths to achieve a common goal. Whether it's strategic, such as creating multi-stakeholder initiatives, or tactical, such as working together on the ground to interdict and arrest pedophile activity or trafficking activity. Moving on, I'd like to touch quickly on a few trends we have noticed as an organisation. First, we've seen a significant increase in the online exploitation of children around the world. Indeed, in America, which is already the largest consumer of online child sexual assault material, many states have reported seeing twice as many reports of online exploitation compared to this time last year. That's a 100% increase of reported cases. The major challenge with the online exploitation is that there are no borders. Whilst the demand might come from countries like America, UK and Australia, the supply can come from pretty much anywhere in the world, which highlights to me the need for us to constantly seek out where the most vulnerable, easily exploited children are. The other aspect to the online exploitation is the depravity of the acts that are committed online are significant. Anything you can imagine and probably things that you can't imagine are happening to people online. We're seeing increased reporting in organ harvesting, cases in Kurdistan of 10 to 15 people in a room ready to sell their kidneys for $5,000. We're trying to locate with our partners in one of the Gulf countries now, a Ugandan woman who's suspected of being trafficked for organ harvesting. And we're hearing more and more about that throughout the world. Another major challenge, which speaks to my earlier point about the parameters that are outside of our control, has been the impact of initiatives used to control unrelated issues. For instance, the COVID pandemic, having an unintended consequence on our ability to combat human trafficking. In some countries around the world, such as mine, we saw this manifest by police resources being used to fight trafficking being minimised and redeployed to necessarily manage pandemic controls. Likewise, we saw in some countries an increase in online exploitation during extended lockdown periods. Lastly, we're seeing a need to identify triggers for a worsening situation and to act early. For instance, whether it's driven by a natural disaster or a conflict like we're seeing in Europe right now, anything that could drive further food insecurity issues is likely going to result in creating more vulnerable people, which could be picked for trafficking and exploitation. I mentioned at the start that I would finish my speech with some thoughts and considerations. To be perfectly honest, these are really just thoughts I'm posing to myself I offer them not as recommendations, but as possible points that we can talk about as we continue our dialogue. For instance, should we consider multi-stakeholder initiatives similar to what I described about the voluntary principles on security and human rights? Can we consider them at a national level, task force, or a regional Eastern Africa level, or indeed a global level? Is there scope to draw the private sector in closer and to play a more active role? Is it enough for parenthood statements on websites to say they oppose slavery? What more can they do? Should we invest fast and early in child-appropriate aftercare and rehabilitation facilities, particularly in countries with young populations? Should we research harder and trace the proceeds of human trafficking? Is human trafficking being funded by another crime, or is the funding from human trafficking supporting other crimes? Do we deeply understand the transnational, transcriminal nature of it? Can we seize the proceeds of assets of human trafficking and redistribute it to support rehabilitation of survivors, but also create sustainable law enforcement and prosecution efforts? How can we improve cross-border collaboration given the transnational nature of trafficking? And finally, one that I've taken from my previous experience is how do we avoid creating self-licking ice creams, such as perpetual cycles of awareness training, rather than the deliberate transfer and application of knowledge in the pursuit of meaningful metrics as a joint team. I would like to start to wrap this up now and finish on a positive note. I was fortunate to meet some members of Parliament yesterday during my introduction, I told them that since becoming involved in this work, I keep bouncing between despair and inspiration. The despair comes from a number of drivers. On a daily basis, we talk about the magnitude of human trafficking, particularly in this region and around the world, and it can be difficult to see light at the end of the tunnel. Likewise, we hear directly from survivors or see evidence of their terrible circumstances, stories and visuals that cannot be unheard or unseen. And finally, we often get reminded that we cannot help everyone and we have to say no with way too much frequency. However, we do get inspiration from the people we meet. And this is where I bounce back to inspiration. Some people will be unknown to nearly all of us, like Andrea, an American citizen who's been living in a Gulf country and working tirelessly to help African women return home. She's not part of our organisation or a government, pays for nearly all of it out of her own pocket, and purely does it because she's kind-hearted. In fact, through her efforts and Carly's, 2 Ugandan women are returning back from the UAE this afternoon, I think, that she's been working on, who have been away for several years. Well, there's Peter Sewakiyanga, who many of you already know and I've mentioned previously, who I am incredibly grateful to know and work alongside. He's also an inspiration. The ODPP team and the police that I've met here are incredibly inspirational as well. Finally, I've now learned of Joan Kagezi, an incredible and tenacious prosecutor. I've shared her story amongst my teammates, and I'm incredibly honoured to speak at this event and for my colleagues to be invited. Walter Lippmann, an American journalist, wrote this about the American pilot, Amelia Earhart, the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic and disappeared on one of her adventures. He wrote, "The world is a better place to live in because it contains human beings who will give up ease and security and stake their own lives in order to do what they themselves think worth doing." The only thing I would add to that is that the legacy a hero leaves behind includes the inspiration for others to do more and to continue the fight. Looking around this room and based on the interactions I've had with the many people in this wonderful country, it is very clear to me that Joan Kagezi's legacy remains strong and inspirational. Honourable guests, the Kagezi family, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dean Morgan, Regional Director of Operations, Africa and Middle East, Operation Underground Railroad. Round of applause to him as he takes his seat. Very deep insights, and what we'd like to do is to constitute a panel to actually delve a little bit deeper into human trafficking, the challenges around it, and a number of the emerging trends that Dean mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the moderator for this particular portion of the discussion, Mr. Odumbi James Owere, the Deputy DPP International Affairs. Round of applause as he makes his way.
Good morning. The Honorable the Chief Justice, the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Justices of the Supreme Court present, Justices of the Court of Appeal, Justices of the High Court, distinguished invited guests in your various capacities, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly invite you to this panel discussion, and as indicated by the MC, I will moderate, and my name is Odumbi James. I will request the panelists to join me in no specific order. I'll start with Mr. Charles 𝐉𝐻𝐀𝐍, who is the Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. Charles is a long-serving member of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, spanning over 30 years. Is a legal and administrative professional with extensive experience in prosecutions, business processes, project planning and administration, comparative law, and United Nations processes and procedure. He has held the position of Deputy Director from 2014. Mr. 𝐉𝐻𝐀𝐍 has worked with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime as a terrorism prevention expert. My apology, as a terrorism prevention expert, where I provided legal advice to all countries in Southern Africa on terrorism-related matters. Mr. 𝐉𝐻𝐀𝐍 is a trainer of trainers on matters of terrorism and is also a focal person on dissemination of new counter-terrorism instruments and measures. Mr. 𝐉𝐻𝐀𝐍 holds an MBA from ESAMI, a diploma in project planning from Varsity College in Pretoria, a diploma in legal practice, and a degree from Makerere University. Mr. 𝐉𝐻𝐀𝐍, you are most welcome. Mr. 𝐉𝐻𝐀𝐍 will share with us what some of the accomplishments of the Prevention on Trafficking in Persons Act have been, giving a perspective from both prosecutions and investigations. He will share with us who are the most vulnerable victims in this trafficking in persons, and also probably engage in what happened during the time COVID-19 pandemic was with us here in Uganda. Moving quickly, the other panelist is Honorable Justice Susan Okalan. My lady, could you join the panel? Honorable Lady Justice Susan Okalan is the Deputy Head of International Crimes Division of the High Court. She possesses over 28 years legal experience, including 20 years as a senior prosecutor in the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. From 2011 to 2016, she was the head of the Gender and Sexual Offences Desk and working with a team of prosecutors in the DPP Planning Unit. She championed the process of restructuring the Gender, Children and Sexual Offences Desk in the Department of Gender, and also working with the Justice, Law and Order sector, UNICEF, DPP and consultants. She provided oversight for the development of a handbook for the Directorate of Public Prosecutions on prosecuting child-related and SGBF cases in Uganda. Following the assassination of our colleague whom we honor today, Ms. Joan Kagezi Namazi, my Lady Justice Susan Okalan was the person who took over the case which the late Joan Kagezi was handling, and that was the 2010 Kampala bombings, in which 74 plus people lost their lives and 71 sustained various injuries. My lady was appointed in this case in May 2015, and after a marathon trial, 13 of these accused persons were convicted and sentenced to various jail terms. Following these successful prosecutions, my lady received the award of the Prosecutor of the Year by the International Association of Prosecutors in Beijing. She was also a lead prosecutor in the case of Uganda versus Jacqueline Owera-Nsenga, which led to the imprisonment of 20 years, and the case of Uganda versus Kagezi, where Kagezi was convicted and sentenced to suffer life imprisonment for the heinous crime of a ritual murder of a child. Justice Susan Okalan will share with us trafficking in persons, how the judiciary is dealing with it, and how COVID-19 impacted on this in handling of these cases, how the High Court has been handling transnational trafficking in person cases, and what difficulties and challenges they face, and also whether there is a concept of victim-centered approach in handling of trafficking in person cases within judiciary. You're welcome, my lady. Last but not least, welcome Madame Agnes Igoe, who will be the third panelist. Madame Agnes Igoe serves as Uganda's Deputy National Coordinator for the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons. She's a member of the Labour Migration Experts Reference Group and one of Uganda's negotiators to the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons in the IGAD region. She's a senior Aspen New Voices Fellow and has contributed to teach a child protection course at Harvard University. An award-winning author, Agnes writes and speaks extensively about migration, and her opinion pieces have been published nationally and internationally including in the Public Integrity Journal of the American Society for Public Administration, on BBC, World Policy Journal, Thomson Reuters, the Harvard Gazette, the Atlantic Project Syndicate, and Interpress Service News Agency. In her recent book, Listen, Think, Act, Lessons and Perspectives in Community Development, she shares practical initiatives she pioneered and personal experiences about how best to involve and engage communities on the journey to creating change. Agnes is a Harvard Kennedy School mid-career master in public administration graduate, a 2020 Fulbright, Hubert Humphrey Fellow, University of Minnesota, and studied forced migration at the University of Oxford. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Agnes to this panel. Briefly, before we start the panel discussion, I thought I would just make a modest intervention. We've been talking about trafficking in persons, human trafficking, but for us largely as prosecutors, what are the ingredients of the offense of trafficking in persons? Most people may think trafficking in persons involves taking young girls to the Middle East and what have you, but trafficking in persons happens with us and in our homes. I'll just take a moment to give you the active ingredients. Trafficking in persons is broken down in acts, means, and the mode of exploitation. So if somebody recruits anybody, transports anybody, be it a child, a woman, a girl, transfers, harbors, receives, maintains, confines, hires, or facilitates by the means of threat, force, coercion, abduction, fraud, deception, abuse of power, abuse of position of vulnerability, giving or receiving benefits for the purpose of prosecution, pornography, sexual exploitation, forced labor, harmful child labor, use of child in armed conflict, use of person in illegal activities, slavery, involuntary servitude, debt bondage, forced or child marriage, human sacrifice, removal or organs for sale or for witchcraft, rituals, financial gain, personal benefit, or other forms of exploitation. This is the definition, the wider definition of human trafficking or trafficking persons. If I broke it down, that means if a father and a mother decided to marry off their 12-year-old girl, the LC chairman who witnessed the marriage, the witnesses to the marriage, the person who transported the newlyweds, the owner of the hotel where they did the honeymoon, if it is the second wife, the woman who receives them in their new home, all those are people engaging in human trafficking. So we have a job to train our citizens that these acts amount to trafficking in persons. All those individuals, with or without their knowledge, actually committed the offense of trafficking in persons. Having said that background, I will now invite Mr. Charles 𝐊𝐀𝐍 to share with us his issues relating to the challenges on trafficking in persons. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, As you heard from my colleague, I was a terrorism prevention expert. But terrorism is such a serious business that I was allotted so many business cards at the United Nations, but I ended up hiding most of them, and they're still in my suitcase at home. I didn't want to be known as a terrorism prevention expert because you could be harmed in the process. So, this morning, or is it afternoon, I have a job to do to answer some of the issues raised. And the first one is, what are some of the accomplishments of the Prevention in Trafficking of Persons Act, prosecutions and convictions in Uganda? I would like to start by saying, or giving what law governs this aspect of criminal law. The Prevention of Trafficking in Persons, otherwise known as the PTIP Act, was assented to by His Excellency, the President of Uganda, on 1st October 2009. And it came into full force 22 days later on 23 October 2009. This 13-year act is inspired by and building on the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punishing trafficking in persons, especially women and children, more commonly referred to as the Palermo Protocol, provides for, among other related matters, the creation of offenses, prosecution and punishment of offenders, prevention of trafficking in persons, and protection of victims of human trafficking. My colleague James has made a lot on that, and I won't repeat it. But what are the prosecutions and convictions in Uganda? In recent years, there's been a substantial increase in both prosecutions and convictions under Uganda's PTIP Act. Records covering the period from January 2020 to December 2021, that's the last 2 years, shows that there were 637 TIP cases filed under the Act, including 277 sexual exploitations, 72 child marriage, 105 forced labor, slavery, servitude, 63 harmful child labor, 1 child in armed conflict, 4 children used in illegal activity, 32 human sacrifice, witchcraft, and harmful rituals. Overall, 1,098 victims of trafficking were identified under the PTIP Act. 850 traffickers were arrested under the PTIP Act. Since this act became law, 130 tip convictions were realized for offenses under this act, including the giving of the first sentence, which covered the natural life of the convicts in 2021. As you see, we arrested 850 and 130 TIP convictions. This rate is not so good, but it's a step in the right direction. I know there are many people who say a prosecutorial approach to the combating of this scourge may not work so well, and we have to do the social and economic analysis aspects, which is also true, but as a prosecutor, I think prosecution is also very important. We have made 2,625 copies of the PTIP Act and regulations and distributed them to police, prosecutors, judicial officers, immigration officials, and other criminal justice stakeholders. 446 Ugandan prosecutors within ODPP train. This is done during multiple training sessions on the PTIP Act, including identification, charging, and prosecution of TIP offenses. 2,223 Ugandan police investigators have been trained on the Act, including TIP case identification, charging offenses under the PTIP Act, and proper investigations. These days, there are many cases where we charge for aggravated trafficking in children, and yet in the past would be constrained to do only defilement. And this act has made our lives as prosecutors much easier, and most of you will agree with me. And also, we have trained 212 Ugandan judicial officials, including on identification, proper charging, and related requirements. Of course, the judiciary always say they cannot be trained, they already know everything, so we are grateful that this time they allowed that one. 875 copies of the National Referral Guidelines were distributed to police, prosecutors, immigration officials, and other stakeholders in accordance with the Act. Then I come to the second question. Who are the most vulnerable to becoming victims of TIP? And I say resolutely that children are the most vulnerable. The ODPP data consistently shows that children are the most vulnerable victims in Uganda. Children are being exploited in many ways, and James has touched on them. There's sexual exploitation, child marriage, harmful child labor, use of children to commit crimes, or recruitment of a child for terrorism and radicalization. As of 2021, 70% of all identified TIP victims were children. Ugandan children as young as 7 are exploited in forced labor in agriculture, fishing, forestry, cattle herding, mining, stone quarrying, brick making, carpentry, steel manufacturing, street vending, bars, restaurants, gold mining, and domestic service. Traffickers also routinely exploit children in commercial sex. Recruiters often target girls and women aged 13 to 24 for domestic sex trafficking, especially near sports tournaments and road construction projects. As you are aware, in 2018, an international organization estimated between 7,000 and 12,000 children were exploited in sex trafficking in Uganda. And it reported that most of the internal child trafficking victims are Ugandans, with a few maybe Congolese and Sudanese and other nationalities, many of whom are from the northeastern and eastern region, specifically Karamojong children whom traffickers exploit in forced begging and commercial sex in brothels. If you travel along Kampala roads, you'll see these unfortunate Karamojong children begging and doing all sorts of things. In 2020, the government and civil society reported traffickers sold children from Karamoja at markets in the eastern region for 20,000 Uganda shillings. 20,000 Uganda shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's about $6 to 50,000. To be mainly exploited in forced labor as beggars, domestic workers, and also in commercial sex. In 2021, researchers also reported an increase in child labor in the sugarcane industry. But before that, in 2020, it was reported that by local authorities that efforts to remove domestic child trafficking victims from the streets caused children to move to work as vendors in markets where they are as well vulnerable to exploitation. And this is what we were talking about, the social aspects. Because sometimes you make laws and forcefully remove these people from the streets. But where do they go? Do they have anywhere to go? There are other people who are willing and waiting to exploit them in another capacity. So as we chase them from the streets, we have to be very careful and maybe design a program for what they can do. In prior years, researchers reported there were approximately 3,800 children living on the streets of Kampala and 3 other major towns, and an additional 11,700 children
working on the streets but sleeping elsewhere. Reportedly, traffickers called elders forced some street children to beg and exploit girls in commercial sex. The elders are a well-organized network of traffickers. A local organization reported traffickers required parents in the Choli sub-region in northern Uganda to have their children work on farms to repay debts incurred by these adults. In 2019, an NGO reported that traffickers recruited children from Napak district, northeastern Uganda, and then sold them as domestic workers for 20,000 Uganda shillings in mainly Kampala city. So when you see these children begging on streets, some of you are very sympathetic. You give them money thinking it will make their lives a bit better or easier, but they just collect this money on behalf of the so-called elders, who are the actual beneficiaries of your donation. Media reports also indicate that some parents sell their children to traffickers who resell the children for approximately 30,000 Uganda shillings, that's $8. In 2019, an international organization reported separating 4 Ugandan children from armed groups in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Though there were 4 children discovered in DRC, we still think that because of the failure of state control in the eastern DRC, there may be more, but the means of finding out where they are and then recording may be the problem. But I think there are more than 4 which were discovered. Then I come to the last question. What have been the impacts of COVID-19 on TIP victims, investigations, and prosecutions? And I submit that the pandemic and the government's lockdown measures, including closure of international airports and land borders, a curfew, restrictions on travel, restricted movement between districts, and closure of all schools, workplaces, and government offices, shifted trafficking trends. The closure of international airports and land borders decreased international trafficking due to migrant workers unable to get to their destination. At the same time, domestic trafficking, including child sex trafficking, increased. And in 2020, Kenyan authorities identified Ugandan victims en route to Nairobi. The 2020 and 2021 school closures and financial struggles of caregivers increase the vulnerability of children to human trafficking. Specifically, child sex trafficking, some parents squeezed by financial concerns over even feeding married-off daughters to traffickers and exploiters. During the pandemic lockdown, many underage children were impregnated as a result. The pandemic even increased the reprehensible crime of child sacrifice, a human trafficking crime delineated under the Uganda anti-trafficking law. And in 2019, media reported traffickers sold girls from markets in Katakwi district and transported the girls to Nairobi, where they were exploited as domestic workers. Some of the girls worked for Somali immigrants in Nairobi and were further transported to Somalia, where they were exploited by the Al-Shabaab terrorist group. COVID-19 also prompted widespread school closures and physical distancing measures and made online platforms and communities essential to maintaining a sense of normalcy. Children and their families turn to digital solutions more than ever to support children's learning, socialization, and play. While digital solutions provided opportunities for sustaining and promoting children's rights, these same tools also increased children's exposure to online risks, including online sexual exploitation. Spending more time online may increase the likelihood that children come into contact with online predators. Physical distancing measures are likely to increase children's outreach to new contacts and groups online, which could be exploited by predators to groom children for sexual exploitation. With more adults isolated at home, there may also be additional demand for child sexual abuse material, leading to more commercial sexual exploitation of children, even by very near relatives. And Child Helpline Uganda received a total of 718 calls related to abuse of girls from 10 April to 14 June 2020. This is just a sample. About 73 of these calls were related to abuse against girls. Mothers account for the largest percentage of people who reported abuse, followed by non-related adults, including neighbors. Child marriages and child pregnancies increased substantially from 2020 to 2021. In Uganda, in one district alone, within the space of just 2 months, the Luka district reported that over 40 primary school girls have been made pregnant. And of course, COVID-19 also disrupted Uganda judicial functions and slowed disposition of TIP and other cases. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all I wanted to tell you this afternoon. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Justice, Lady Susan Mukalani, please.
My Lord, the Honorable Chief Justice, the family of the late Joan Kagezi, my Lord, allow me, my Lord the Chief Justice, allow me to skip the recitation of the long protocol and to just adopt the protocol that my previous speakers have followed. And I will just say that all protocol observed. My Lord, I'm here standing in the shoes of the head of the International Crimes Division as his dangerous substitute. And I think I'll make it for the reason that I'm one of the trial judges of that division. I'm here to answer, or to attempt to answer, 3 questions. One of them is, what were the impacts of COVID-19 on trafficking in persons and other cases in the judiciary? Coronavirus outbreak demonstrated a critical importance of measures for health and safety at work in all sectors of activity, including the justice system. COVID-19 put pressure on the judiciary to implement new procedures and practices in a very short time, exposing some fragilities in the organization and management of the judicial system, with consequences for court users and all justice professionals. We all know that His Excellency the President of Uganda issued the first COVID-19 directives on 18th March 2020 to prevent and mitigate the spread of COVID-19, in which the judiciary was listed as an essential service. On 19th of March 2020, the Honorable Chief Justice of Uganda, in exercise of his powers under Article 133, Clause 1, Paragraph B of the Constitution of Uganda, which empower him to make orders and directions necessary for efficient administration of justice. And in line with the directives, the presidential directives, he issued guidelines on the operation of courts, suspending all court hearings and appearances for 32 days. Subsequently, because of escalating COVID-19 infections, the Chief Justice revised the contingency measures on 28th March, 29th April, 5th May, 6th June, 29th June, and 28th July 2020, as well as 29th January, 7th, and 21st June 2021. These complemented the presidential directives that were issued from time to time. The effect, my lord, and invited guests, is that no prisoners or remandees could be present in court, except in some courts where it was possible for them to appear via audiovisual link for bail applications. And those were two courts, the High Court and Buganda Road Court. Courts were guided by the Chief Justice to handle certificates of urgency, take plea in serious matters, and hear bail applications. Court registries were directed to stay open only for purposes of registering new matters. While all judicial officers and staff were initially on duty, no open court appearances could take place, eventually scaling down the operations of the judiciary to only 10% physical presence of critical staff with official or personal vehicles. Those with official or personal vehicles were the ones that were allowed to attend, to go to court or to work. This meant that much less business could be conducted. Judicial officers with pending judgments were asked to use the lockdown days to write them and deliver them online or via email. The established social distancing measures and the PPEs were to continue. Subsequently, the Honorable the Chief Justice issued guidelines for all online hearings in the judiciary of Uganda. But even then, access to justice was greatly hampered by the pandemic. In addition to that, because the judiciary does not work in a vacuum and relies on other stakeholders in the justice sector, such as the Uganda Police Force, the Uganda Prison Service, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Uganda Law Society, to name but a few, very few hearings were feasible, since the stakeholders were also substantially limited by the lockdown measures. Court business literally ground to a halt. On 3rd of August 2021, the Honorable the Chief Justice, in line with the presidential directives of 30th July 2021, issued revised COVID-19 contingency measures that, among other things, stepped up the operations of the courts to 20%. The rest of the judicial officers and staff not on duty at the time would continue working from home. Each judicial officer was to cause list not more than 5 cases a day. Strict social distancing measures were outlined to prevent congestion in court halls and premises. In summary, the judiciary's response to the COVID pandemic was 4-pronged. One, the first was organizational. That is teleworking and limited face-to-face service and contact with the public. The second was physical, that is to say, reorganization of workplaces, the implementation of the SOPs, and the provision of protective equipment for all staff. And this affected many courts because we are already working in congested spaces. So it was not possible, even with the reopening of 10% and 20%, for the courts to hear many cases because we had limited space. The third arm of our response of the judiciary was technological, such as virtual audience rooms and remote access to judicial proceedings. This one was very limited because of the well-known facts, in that the judiciary, even if it had access to internet and technology, ICT technology, the public or its clients, the litigants, did not all have access to internet. So very few cases could be heard online or using ICT. The last response or form of response was procedural, which was the suspension of legal deadlines during the lockdown. In other words, remandees were to remain in the prison and their cases could not be mentioned, and all other cases that were being heard.
My lady, maybe we
Thank you.
let the chief guest be received.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly be upstanding to welcome our guest of honor, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to His Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly remain upstanding for the national anthem and the East African anthem? Ladies and gentlemen, you will kindly take your seats. Your Excellency, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to the 5th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Your Excellency, we started off today with opening remarks from the DPP, Jane Francis Sabodo, which was followed by a message from the Kagezi family. Afterwards, we watched a very touching video about the life and the times of Joan Kagezi. That was followed by a keynote speech from Mr. Dean Morgan, who talked about the impact of human trafficking around the world. He spoke about 2 case studies and the emerging trends in global human trafficking. Your Excellency, at this moment, we're in the process of having a panel discussion, which is being led by Mr. Odumbi James Owere, the Deputy DPP, and we've heard from Mr. Charles Elem Ogwal, the Deputy DPP. And at this moment, I'd like to call back to the lectern, Honorable Lady Justice Susan Okalany, the Deputy Head of International Crimes Division, High Court.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, when you arrived, I was telling the participants of this Joan Kagezi Memorial about the judiciary's response to the prevention and control of COVID-19, in which I listed the 4 methods that the judiciary applied, the first being organizational, limiting face-to-face provision of judicial service and contact with the public. The second being physical, reorganization of workplaces and implementation of the COVID-19 SOPs, as well as the provision of personal protective equipment. The third being technological, that is the use of virtual audience rooms and remote access to judicial proceedings, which I said was very limited because we did not have enough technological capacity at the moment. And lastly, the procedural, which was the suspension of legal deadlines of all cases until the problem was reduced, the COVID-19 problem. Because of the measures taken by the judiciary, the justice stakeholders who were not listed as essential services, especially the Uganda Law Society and other civil society organizations, raised complaints with the Honorable Chief Justice on 1st July 2021 regarding the lack of continuity of justice, notwithstanding the positive provisions of the judiciary's revised guidelines for increasing access to justice for all court users. They argued inter alia that the guidelines provided potentially violated Article 44, which provides that the right to a fair hearing is a non-derogable right. They also opined that to ensure that there's a good functioning judicial system, court staff and litigants did not have the necessary equipment and resources or competence to use virtual systems. So they prayed for the courts to open up to a certain extent and made several recommendations, which the Honorable Chief Justice took into account when he made the last revised guidelines and increased court staff attendance to up to 20%, and also made some changes regarding the treatment of bail, suspects on bail. So apart from the challenges of reduced access to justice, COVID-19 measures that were put in place nationally and those adopted by the judiciary did not just limit access to justice for litigants. It resulted in 2 more congested prisons, and more accused persons were remanded without the option for bail in offenses for which they would normally be released on bail. It is known that a known fact that violators and suspected violators organization process, due to resource constraints, however, it could not afford to put in place virtual hearing mechanisms for even a fraction of Kampala-based courts. I believe that the many lessons that have been learned through the challenges experienced by the judiciary as a result of the pandemic will form the judiciary's responses to future emergencies. Your Excellency, the second point for discussion by me is what experience the International Crimes Division and the High Court has in handling, or what difficulties rather, and challenges the International Crimes Division of the High Court has faced in dealing with transnational crimes like trafficking in persons. The transnational nature of trafficking in persons presents peculiar challenges to criminal justice officials who must collect and evaluate evidence from foreign jurisdictions, some of which may be unwilling or unable to cooperate. There are 3 challenges often seen by us in the courts in respect of transnational cases. One, incomplete evidence, due to the fact that key evidence in criminal cases is located in a foreign jurisdiction. Secondly, prolonged and unsuccessful trials due to the fact that witnesses are outside jurisdiction and unwilling or unable to return due to the cost involved in the prosecution of or securing of witnesses for trial. Many victims are reluctant to take part in criminal trials. Numerous factors lead to this reluctance, including fear of reprisals by traffickers and their associates, and these traffickers are syndicated, irregular status of many victims of trafficking in persons, in that when they go to the destination country, their nationality documents like passports are taken away from them. So basically, they remain illegal immigrants in those states. The fear of deportation, mistrust of authorities, shame, a perception that traffickers are not criminal or wrong. Some of the victims perceive their traffickers as good people for the simple reason that the traffickers do what we call grooming. They make them feel like the traffickers, they cannot do without the traffickers. And the traffickers are, after all, the persons that from time to time save them from the legal authorities. Others may simply want to go home and restart their lives, like those ones who are arrested by immigration officials at our border points as people who are illegally in Uganda, and eventually it turns out that they are victims of trafficking. When they are released, they do not prefer to cooperate with the authorities here to prosecute the traffickers. They prefer to go back home. Some victims are arrested and treated as offenders by immigration officials, and many have appeared in the magistrate's court of Entebbe. So it is during the trial that it turns out that they are, after all, victims of trafficking. Such victims would not like to cooperate with the state. The third trend that the courts, the International Crimes Division, has seen is that the victim's right to remedy may not be enforced because courts end up making nugatory orders, since the proceeds of crime have been moved out of the country or are in a country in which it is hard to recover them. Restitution, which is provided for by Section 15 of the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act, cannot therefore happen. Courts may, upon their own discretion, order a convict to make restitution to victims for all costs incurred, and courts are required to award compensation. But as I said, these orders remain unimplemented. Other challenges that are experienced in trafficking in persons cases, not by us as a judiciary per se, but which I happen to know because of my previous life, is logistical difficulties in investigating of cases of suspects across borders, where the attack may have been conceived or the offense has been conceived. This situation happens also in cross-border cases. Prosecution of transnational trafficking cases often requires international collaboration between law enforcement agencies in countries of origin, transit, and destination. And these are three different places. This is demanding, potentially costly, time and resource-intensive processes. Bilateral agreements between countries are very important. Concrete mutual legal assistance agreements must be in place for that cooperation between different countries to be realized at the level of prosecution and investigation of trafficking in persons cases. The different forms of international cooperation include extradition, mutual legal assistance, transfer of criminal proceedings, transfer of sentenced persons, cooperation for purposes of confiscation to deprive traffickers of criminal assets, cooperation between law enforcement authorities, including exchanging of information and other forms of cooperation. Then there's the lack of cooperation also, the lack of skills in handling mutual legal assistance or even trafficking in persons. I know that the law of trafficking in persons, preventing trafficking in persons, was passed in 2009, but speaking in relative terms, this offense is still new in our jurisdiction compared to other penal code offenses that most prosecutors and investigators are used to. Then there is the conflict between laws of various countries in which particular traffickers are operating, creating difficulties in investigation, arresting, extradition, and prosecuting. Your Excellency, for example, in the 2010 bombings case, in which we actually have mutual legal assistance arrangements, the United Kingdom could not surrender evidence to Uganda in the 2010 bombings case because of the death penalty provisions in our laws, which are contrary to the UK laws in which the death sentence was outlawed. The result is that the masterminds of the 2010 Kampala bombings went scot-free. It is the middle participants in the offense whom we managed to have convicted. Traffickers have the ability and resources to evade arrest by absconding from jurisdiction. Attempting to hold them accountable is not easy. Just like terrorists, they too operate in cells because they are syndicated. Traffickers also launder the proceeds of their criminal activities in certain countries with underdeveloped financial transaction tracing systems. So that is, again, adding to the problem of lack of remedy for victims. There are logistical challenges in providing for protection of victims, witnesses, and their families, especially those living outside the court's jurisdiction. And as the DPP said earlier on, we do not have a witness protection law. So it's a big challenge for the prosecutions, or even for the prosecution, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, and even for the courts, to ensure that victims and witnesses are adequately protected. The last question that I'm meant to answer is, what are some of the victim-centered approaches in handling trafficking in persons cases within the judiciary? It is widely recognized that providing protection and assistance to victims of trafficking supports criminal justice, the criminal justice objectives, because victims are more likely to assist authorities where they feel safe and their needs have been met. The National Association of Women Judges has come up with a judicial bench book on trafficking in persons, which outlines a victim-centered and trauma-informed approach to adjudication in trafficking in persons cases. At page 3 of the bench book, it is stated, in order to respect the rights of victims, assist in their healing process, improve the experience of justice, and reduce re-traumatization of victims, judicial officers should take a victim-centered and trauma-informed approach in cases involving trafficking in persons. The Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act and regulations encourage a victim-centered approach and impose a range of responsibilities on law enforcement officers, prosecutors, judicial officers, and other government officials in respect to protecting victims and ensuring that they are connected to support services. Prosecutors are required under Regulation 25 to take a victim-friendly approach in presenting the case before the court, in leading witnesses during the trial, as well as ensuring that special needs of the victim are catered for. Judicial officers need to be careful in ensuring the safety of victims. In many cases, a trafficker or someone connected to the trafficker may be in the courtroom to monitor the progress, and the victim may be unable to speak freely about their situation, if not protected from traffickers. The victim may be in danger if he or she discloses anything or provides information that is outside what they have been coached to say by their traffickers. It is quite common for victims to be criminally charged, as I've said before, and then bailed, given bail. That increases the trafficker's control over the victim, and actually the traffickers are the people who pay bail. The courts may apply a trauma-informed approach, which means that judicial officers must understand the nature and the impact of trauma, including the relationship between triggers and symptoms, and the way that trauma affects victims and the evidence that they give. In many cases, most judicial officers, and I mean all of them, the lower cadre and the higher cadre ones, may have no knowledge or training on trauma. And when they see a victim breaking down or refusing to cooperate in court or respond to cases of defense lawyers, they may think the witnesses or the victim is crying because they have no good evidence, they are liars, and so on and so on. So we are asked to address the related needs of victims before, during, and after they have attended court. So the courts must train in trauma, to understand trauma and signs of re-traumatization. Understand how trauma can affect witness memory and testimony itself. Be aware that victims may remain in harmful environments and relationships even when they participate in hearings. So what do the courts do in practice at the International Crimes Division with the resources that we have? We prioritize victim safety and protection from violence as they attend court by simple ways. Safety protocols. We have in place procedures of safety protocols. That is secure waiting areas. We don't have enough space at the International Crimes Division, but what the judges sometimes do is to have vulnerable victims and witnesses, especially children, use a different entrance to the court than the accused persons, and ensure that one of the court staff members is monitoring the victim's safety during the hearing. While the court is proceeding with one victim or one witness, there should be someone taking care of the other victims, and these are usually police court orderlies. We brief them in court, and we also ask them to ensure that the victim does not get intimidated by relatives of the suspects or accused persons in trafficking in persons cases. We also use audiovisual links and technology with child victims in that they don't testify in court, in open court. We use Zoom to have them testify in an adjoining room where the accused person can watch via video the evidence that the victim is giving without being in touch with the victim, and where these witnesses do not actually know that the accused person is watching them. We always modify the court setup and environment to ensure that it is not intimidating. How do we do that? We have the victim sit far away from the accused person, usually next to the judicial officer. Because when the victim sits near an accused person, they usually get intimidated and can fail to give evidence. We also remove our gowns and wigs. I personally don't wear the wig in court. In any court, I wear the wig for ceremonies. Holding the hearings in less formal environment. Then we try to protect the privacy and confidentiality of victims, in that we don't expose the details of their address so that nobody follows them. We do what we call redaction of some information of the victims. I'll end here and hand over my presentation to the DPP to share with the participants. Thank you very much.
The last discussant, Madame Agnes Igoye.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, my Lord, the Chief Justice, all protocol observed. I was earlier introduced, but my name is Agnes Igoye. I'm the Deputy National Coordinator for the Prevention of Trafficking Persons at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This office is a creation of the Prevention of Trafficking Persons Act of 2009, where it gave the responsibility to the Minister of Internal Affairs to create an office. Our champion at that office is Lieutenant General Joseph Musanyifu, who is our permanent secretary. He personally chairs the National Task Force, which is represented by 14 ministries, departments, and agencies, civil society organizations, and some international organizations. I was told to talk about 3 questions, but I'll limit myself to 1 because of time. I'm going to talk about the role of Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Coordination Office for Prevention of Trafficking in relation to labor externalization or recruitment of migrant workers to work abroad, and then some challenges. So under Section 21 of the Prevention of Trafficking Persons Act, it lays down the functions of the office. And this office is responsible for monitoring, coordinating, and overseeing the implementation of the act. So in Uganda, we follow the 4 Ps, which is prevention, because when you prevent something from happening, it doesn't happen. I know, Your Excellency, you're a champion on prevention because you've always told us creating jobs, and we've seen how you've tirelessly moved around this country, pushing even today with the parish development model. Because we look at labor externalization as a temporary measure as we move forward to uplifting our economy. Then we look at protection, because when you have victims of trafficking, they deserve to be to be protected. And in there, we have the national referral guidelines, which were developed by a multi-agency undertaking, including the NGOs. Then we have to prosecute, those who have committed the crime, and then the partnerships, come in. So at the Coordination Office, we monitor, coordinate the operational activities related to rescue and care of victims of trafficking, investigations, and prevention of illicit externalization. And through that coordination, we facilitate the sharing of information related to victim rescue, protection, criminal information for and investigations, and then as well as reintegration. At the moment, we are in the process of developing, which is actually completed, the database, whereby we use technology to help to profile information, incidents, and also facilitate, the referrals. On prevention, awareness campaigns are particularly very key, because I recall that even before COVID-19, the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development had estimated 20,000 people were being externalized abroad annually, bringing a total of 1.4 billion annually, US dollars. But we also know that while they bring those remittances, we have to take care of people who are moving. And who are the majority of the people who are moving? We are seeing a lot of women, especially going to the Middle East with labor externalization. So awareness has to deal with safe ways of travel. And in there, we work with different agencies. It deals with travel, so Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control is important, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and also internally with various stakeholders in security, Office of the Prime Minister. We liaise with our missions abroad, foreign affairs as well. Because as we noticed, there are two types of victims who move. Those who know and already know of the information, but there are certain push factors that keep them pushing. That's why issues of employment, coming, those incomes at family level, taking care of violence against women, which is making them move. And then we also have victims, would-be victims of trafficking, whom you have to target with all kinds of information. So we work with the local governments, and we are also in the process of creating those task forces at district levels so that they align with what we are doing at the national level. On prosecution, ensure heightened vigilance of the Uganda police in investigating and detecting illicit labor externalization, as long as working closely with foreign affairs so that we ensure the that suspects, whether externally, working with security as well, and also with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. We also initiate and develop and fast-track legal and policy issues. That's why we see national action plans so that we move together as a country, national referral guidelines, mobilizing stakeholders to ensure victims of trafficking are well protected and also supported through the criminal investigation process. There are challenges in there. My former speakers have talked about them. We are talking about bilateral labor agreements with foreign jurisdictions, which is really important to where Ugandans are traveling. We are happy that they're going to begin attaching, labor attaches. We are excited about that. And I also know that the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control has started sending immigration attaches to missions abroad, to support our citizens. The other challenge and where we need to work is better coordination, especially with foreign governments and embassies to monitor and facilitate returns. Those mutual legal assistance measures and better collection of evidence, because cases abroad is our biggest challenge. And then there's this big elephant, the shelters. When you have shelters, the more you take care of victims, the better you'll get at facilitating investigations, because then they are safe where they are and they can clearly help in providing that information needed in court. The importance of partnerships is also vital because trafficking is a community issue. No single organization, no single agency, no single person, not even one single government can solve this problem. That's why we need to constantly collaborate as interagency, but also across borders, sharing information, sharing resources with different agencies. Because after all, Section 21 always talks about that the office has to collaborate, coordinate, and engage in consultation, cooperation, and advocacy with government and non-governmental organizations. So I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for your presence today, and to all the people who are here, because I know that, Your Excellency, I'm one of the beneficiaries of your programs of education. You've empowered us women in this country. I was displaced during the Lord's Resistance Army when I flee my home, and I was displaced for a while. And because of your programs, because of education, I was able to study to the highest levels. So I know that you have the women of this country at heart, the most affected, especially with labor externalization. And I want to thank you for your presence, and thank you all for listening to me.
Your Excellency, that brings us to the end of the panel discussion under the theme of the human trafficking challenge, addressing emerging trends. The presenters or the discussants were Mr. Charles 𝐊𝐀𝐍 Deputy DPP, Honorable Justice Susan Okalan, and Agnes Igwe as introduced. At this point, I would call upon us who have listened to the discussions to give a very warm round of applause to the discussants. And the moderator has been 𝐉𝐻𝐾𝐍 𝐊𝐀𝐉𝐻𝐾𝐍, and I also need an applause before I step down. Thank you. MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to all of the panelists. Your Excellency, it's my great pleasure to welcome to the podium the DPP, Jane Francis Apodo.
Mata papa. Yeah, and mata ngetunga. You're supposed to answer mata. Good. Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, my Lord the Chief Justice, Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, in the interest of time, Your Excellency, you will allow me to adapt the earlier protocol that I gave when I was giving the first speech. I take this opportunity to welcome you, Your Excellency, to this 5th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. As you may remember, Joan was assassinated on the 30th of March, 2015 in Nigeria, as she headed home from work. In our honor, it was resolved to commemorate her life and service to the nation annually, to reflect on our national, regional, and global challenges as prosecutors and share experiences. This year, we are also using this memorial lecture, this memorial week, to hold our National Symposium of Prosecutors, which should be an annual event to enable us as prosecutors take stock of our activities and offer accountability in line with our constitutional mandate. Your Excellency, this year's event is a very special one because this is the very first time you're meeting public prosecutors. It is my prayer and hope that you will always be pleased to grace us with your presence annually and continue this interaction with your prosecutors. Your Excellency, the Joan Kagezi I knew was a very diligent officer and a role model to many, who was passionate about ensuring the best interests of administration of justice, and she died in the line of duty. And I want to thank you for your continued support to the Kagezi children. 2 of them are here with us today, Philip and Carol. Your Excellency, I thought I would introduce the top management of the Office of the DPP very fast. The ODPP is a well-structured institution with a national outlook. We have our headquarters in Kampala. We have 16 regional offices, Your Excellency, and 118 field offices across the country. This is to take services nearer to the people. And with your permission, very quickly, I would like to introduce the Deputy DPP, Mr. 𝐊𝐻𝐾𝐍, who has been in the prosecution for the last 30 years. We have Mr. 𝐉𝐻𝐾𝐍 𝐊𝐻𝐾𝐆𝐄𝐙𝐈. He has been in the office of the DPP for 28 years. We have Mr. Asimwe John Baptist, also a Deputy DPP. He has been in the office for 23 years. And the last Deputy DPP we have is 𝐉𝐻𝐾𝐍 William. He has also been in office for the last 23 years. We also have Madam Betty Kisa, who manages our complaints in the office, because that's a very important desk for us because it can make or break our office. Madam Betty Kisa has been in the office of the DPP for the last 36 years. Other members of top management, Your Excellency, is Ms. Kainza Agnes, who is in charge of finance and administration. She's right there. We also have Ms. Tushingwire Mary Viola, Principal Policy Analyst. I think she didn't come. She has not been feeling very well. Your Excellency, I will introduce the rest in batches. You just have to bear with me. The first batch I want to introduce are the Principal Assistant DPPs and the Senior Principal Assistant DPPs who have been in the office for the last 23 years. You can just stand up for recognition. The second batch, Your Excellency, are the Assistant DPPs. There are about 32 in numbers. They have been in the institution for 23 years and others 19 years. The Assistant DPPs. The third batch, Your Excellency, are the Chief State Attorneys. There are 52 in numbers and they have served the institution for 13 years. Where are the Chief State Attorneys? The fourth batch, Your Excellency, are Senior State Attorneys. There are 24 in numbers and have been serving for the last 13 years in the ODPP. The fifth batch, Your Excellency, are State Attorneys. There are 144 in number and have been in service for the last 10 years. The sixth, thank you so much. The sixth batch, Your Excellency, are Senior State Prosecutors. They have been in service for the last 24 years. They joined the DPP 1 year before me. The seventh batch, Your Excellency, are State Prosecutors. They have been in service also for the last 24 years. Where are the State Prosecutors? They're there, Your Excellency. They have never been promoted, Your Excellency, for the last 24 years. They have been in the same position. So, Your Excellency, as you can see, the Constitution states that to be a judge of the High Court, you just need to have served 10 years. So I'm leading an institution of 324 potential judges. Your Excellency, today I'm standing very tall here. It is because I'm standing on the shoulders of two fine gentlemen, Justice Butera. Justice Butera, Your Excellency, served the institution, aided the institution from 1995 to 2013. It was the first post, that's 18 years, it was the first post-1995 Constitution DPP. Together with his team, he professionalized the office by appointing, training, and mentoring a number of prosecutors. He commenced the construction of field office premises, computerization, and specialization, among others. My Lord Deputy Chief Justice, we thank you. My Lord, then came Justice Mike Chubita. Whom his friends called the German Shepherd. He came because of his size. He came into office in 2013 up to April of 2020. He is remembered for deepening the ODPP presence and closer supervision of prosecutors through the establishment of 16 regional offices across the country, as well as establishing a number of specialized units for effective handling of cases, in addition to the many networks that he established for the office. I still are using those networks, Your Excellency. My appointment, Your Excellency, I want to thank you in a very special way for the confidence and consideration in appointing me to this assignment as DPP in April of 2020. My appointment was historic, Your Excellency, as the first career prosecutor to hold this office. It was also historic for the people of Karamoja. It was historic for the women of Uganda. Being the first female appointee to this office. So, Your Excellency, I am not only making history, but you're making history together with me. Thank you. When I was appointed, Your Excellency, I set out to address a few challenges. I'm just going to go through them very, very quickly. Tackling corruption within the institution and outside the institution. Your Excellency, to this end, we have been very successful because we have a robust committee which deals with cases of corruption among staff, and we are working around the clock. 2 years from now, when I'll be standing here, I'll be talking about a very clean ODPP. Addressing staffing gaps through appointment of more prosecutors to match the current service demands, promotion of staff and staff welfare. The third one, Your Excellency, was establishing a prosecutors academy as a platform for capacity building. Your Excellency, the institution has been in existence for 27 years, but we do not have a school to take and teach these prosecutors. The laws are changing every day. So, Your Excellency, I intend to have a prosecutors academy in place. Taking justice to the people through expansion of physical presence at all courts throughout the country. Your Excellency, I am a village girl. I grew up in the village. I went to school in the village. I'm more comfortable in the village. Please support me, go and take services. In Kampala, people have lawyers. They can pay for them. But down in the villages, people want justice, and they yearn for justice. And that's where I want to go. Focusing on high-level and other public interest crimes. Reducing case backlog mainly through criminal sessions, weeding out and plea bargains. Developing guidelines to help prosecutors in the aspects of their work. And Your Excellency, the last one is fast-tracking the ODPP bill, among others. They're clapping, Your Excellency, because the office of the DPP has never had a law. We are just using the Constitution. I'm glad to report that notwithstanding the financial human resource constraints, we have been able to achieve on key deliverables in this period. I shall highlight a few. Prosecution and case management progress. By the financial year 2020-2021, the Office of the DPP had prosecuted, together with the judiciary, 53,570 cases at the magistrate and high court. The promotion and propagation of plea bargain mechanism designed to reduce criminal case backlog resulted in conclusion of 5,238 cases. Through the criminal sessions, the traditional criminal sessions, Your Excellency, 1,694 cases have been concluded in 74 High Court criminal sessions, and 3,335 cases in the magistrates' courts. The overall conviction rate for the office is at 72%, compared to 30% when we started, when we took our baby steps in 1995. Aware that corruption is an electronic crime motivated by profits, prosecution of these cases is done with the view of ensuring that persons convicted of corruption not only get punished through custodial sentences and court fines. Your Excellency, we know that the criminals, we have learned that the criminals actually anticipate that they will go to prison, so they prepare for it. So what we do is that we not only get them to prison, but we also take whatever they stole, we take it away from them. And to this end, Your Excellency, I'm happy to report to you that in the financial year 2020-2021, the Office of the DPP recovered 8.1 billion shillings, and we returned it to the consolidated fund. The Minister of Finance is not here to bear me witness, but we have the documents, Your Excellency. In addition, we have prepared and adopted a number of guidelines for prosecutors in handling cases. There are a number of them. One of them, Your Excellency, is the land guidelines, which you are going to launch today, because we realized land cases, our office was being used by land grabbers, by people, and they make it, every case even which is civil, they make it criminal. So we were becoming conduits unknowingly. So we sat together and came up with guidelines, and today we are launching them. This will go a long way in streamlining cases of land. Improved service delivery, Your Excellency. In the financial year 2019-2020, the ODPP undertook a study to assess public satisfaction towards our services, and the results revealed that 75% of mostly vulnerable poor were happy with our services. We intend to improve that in the coming years. The strategic positioning of our office, Your Excellency, sir, the DPP contributes to NDP 3 development objective to improve peace, security, and good governance. In this regard, my office contributes to government efforts to maintain the rule of law, public order, and good governance by providing the necessary conducive environment to facilitate economic development, including increasing access to justice. My office also involved in a number of government efforts to maintain the rule of law, public order, and good governance by providing the necessary conducive environment to facilitate all aspects of socio-economic development, including enhancing effectiveness in public service delivery, increasing access to justice, and public order. Your Excellency, I now very quickly go to the context of the DPP within the judicial system. I would like to highlight the context of the office of the DPP within the judicial system, as it is not always clear to many of our partners and stakeholders within and outside government. Your Excellency, the positioning and role of prosecutors in the criminal justice system is quite often misunderstood and hence given little focus, as more effort is put on the courts and prisons. Yet it is the prosecutors who work closely with the police to collect and process the evidence that's presented to the magistrates and judges in the courts to conclude judgments. Accordingly, inadequate support to the office of the DPP has contributed to backlog of cases in the courts and congestion in the prisons, as some people spend more time on remand. The above trend, Your Excellency, needs to be addressed, as it undermines public confidence and credibility of the entire judicial system. While we appreciate the support so far given, we want to thank you for that. The examples I'm about to present shows a need for more support. It is within that context that I now proceed to share the status and operating environment of the office of the DPP. Your Excellency, I remember when we met you in December last year, I told you about the ox plow. I'm a cattle keeper, so I give examples of cows. The ox plow and the farmer and the chain that connects the ox plow to the bulls. That the criminal justice system moves like that. We need the farmer strong, we need the ox plow, we need a very strong chain that connects the ox plow to the bulls. If we don't have that chain connecting it to the bulls, Your Excellency, the bulls will walk away and start grazing. Your Excellency, that chain is the prosecutors. Your Excellency, workload, the ODPP registers more cases than it can dispose of. We registered about 1,300 cases, which we committed others. In the interest of time, Your Excellency, they are all in my speech. I'm not going to go into all of them. Offices in the country, we have about 136, which is really sparsely staffed. And our geographical presence, the ODPP is present in 82 districts. But as no office presence, Your Excellency, in 54 districts, we are not there. This represents only 60% national coverage. Due to acute understaffing, the ODPP has not deployed a full-time prosecutor in 54 courts and 73 courts. We are not there. Your Excellency, the list is here. The list is here. I have it in my, no full-time prosecutor in 73 courts. And my elder brother is recruiting every day, so this number will go up very soon. And I'm very happy, Your Excellency, for the support that you give, because once judiciary is, I was in Sironko 2 weeks ago, and when I had a meeting with the leaders, they were asking me to bring a prosecutor and to give them a chief magistrate, because a chief magistrate was coming there, I think, once in 2 weeks. So my brother still needs the support up to 100%, because I know that when he goes to 100%, Your Excellency, the chain is also going to be replaced, because right now it is tied with banana leaves. So I am very happy for the support that is going to the judiciary. The office premises, Your Excellency, we have 63 offices which are built by government of Uganda funding and the donor support. This is a significant improvement from where we came from when we didn't have any. Your Excellency, the DPP spends 3 billion annually to rent. Even our head office, we are housed under NSSF, we are spending 1.8 billion annually to pay for rent for our head office. Your Excellency, I want to reiterate my request to you for consideration for allocation of land to establish, 1, our head office, and then 2, the Prosecutors Academy, Your Excellency. As a matter of priority, we need to construct some of the offices, Your Excellency, and some of the residences in hard-to-reach areas. I have highlighted the number of the hard-to-reach areas where we should have at least an office and a residence for our staff. Your Excellency, I have here 325 state attorneys and state prosecutors. We have an approved structure of 862. So I have a staffing gap of 60%. So I need more 537 prosecutors. Take an example. I want to take just 2 examples only, but this is representative of the whole country, Your Excellency. Soroti region, it covers 15 districts, 8 from the Teso sub-region, and then from the Karamoja sub-region, 7 districts. We have 29 judicial officers in that district with only 17 prosecutors. What that means is that they are actually sharing, the magistrates are sharing the prosecutors. Furthermore, the geographical distance between the centers are very far away. I have 1 regional officer, 1, there's supposed to be 12, supervising the whole of Teso and Karamoja region. Your Excellency, I don't need to go into depth because you have traveled to all those places. From Soroti for him to go and supervise someone in Karenga, he has to go through, the shortest route is 272 kilometers. Another example is Mbarara High Court. This is the most badly off, Your Excellency. We have 8 judicial officers there, as against 4 state attorneys only. And 2 weeks ago, one of them went on maternity leave. So now we have 3 prosecutors and 8 judicial officers. They each process about 20 files a day. So which means if you handle 20 files a day before one, because now since there are 4, which means they appear before 2 judicial officers. 20 in courtroom A and 20 in courtroom B. So they handle 40 cases per day going between courts. What this means, Your Excellency, is that each prosecutor handles about 40 cases. This scenario, Your Excellency, can hardly have the required level of efficiency and effectiveness. We cannot have it. There is a high likelihood that the prosecutors will make wrong decisions which directly affects the delivery of justice, as well as cost government substantial amounts of money and public trust. Your Excellency, we really would love, in this audience, Your Excellency, there are many Joan Kagezis, prosecutors who are just doing their work. I was in this office, Your Excellency, for 19 years. For 19 years, I worked diligently. So they're there. The few are the ones who are corrupt and not doing their work, but the majority are really doing their work. Your Excellency, maybe I'll just jump very quickly to transport equipment. The DPP owns a fleet of 94 vehicles, but most of them are over 15 years. When you appointed me 2 years ago, I had to come with the car from the judiciary to the office of the DPP for some time as they looked for money to get me a car. Following our meeting with you December last year, Your Excellency, where you promised to support my office, we are happy to report that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has given us an additional resource for the next financial year. We want to thank you as prosecutors for this, for keeping your word, and to the Ministry of Finance for enabling the fulfillment of your guidance. With these additional resources, Your Excellency, the DPP will be able to purchase an additional 24 vehicles out of 100 which we required. That would leave the office with an additional need of about 22.4 billion. Security needs, Your Excellency, given the sensitivity of the work that we do and the emerging threats, security for officers and property is very key. And this one remains
underfunded, Your Excellency. Currently, we have a budget of 923 million to cater for this item line, but we need an additional 1.2 billion to meet the increasing security needs. Every day, Your Excellency, I'm getting calls from prosecutors, calls of distress where they've been threatened. On recruitment, Your Excellency, with the additional 7.1 billion for wage in the next financial year, we intend to carry out promotions, Your Excellency. I've just been introducing staff here who have been in the same position for 23 years. We intend to promote so that they open the way for, and we recruit about 120 so that we can have more staff to help these overstressed prosecutors. However, even with this projection, the staffing gap will remain big, Your Excellency, and we shall need an additional wage of 4.7 billion to recruit a number of state attorneys and then senior state records assistants, like support staff to support the office of the DPP. Your Excellency, in efforts to improve staff welfare, the ODPP staff established the UAP. The UAP, Your Excellency, is Uganda's Association of Prosecutors. This was established mainly with the main objective to support each other, and also through self-help projects like the staff circle, which you promised, Your Excellency, that you're going to support, and we believe that at an appropriate time, you will definitely give us that support to our staff circle. Your Excellency, on salary enhancement, you have directed, among others, enhancement of wages for state attorneys and prosecutors. However, this is not yet realized. A state prosecutor, Your Excellency, the ones I just introduced now, they earn 700,000 per month. A state attorney earns 1.7 million per month. And Your Excellency, this money is even housing is there, medical is there, transport is there. So Your Excellency, your gallant prosecutors, your gallant soldiers of justice are asking that. We actually expected us to be among the scientists. We thought we had fixed ourselves. I don't know who removed us from the list of scientists, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, while the government has set similar pay enhancement targets for the justice sectors that have substantially been made for the judiciary, the prosecutors still lag behind in terms of these pay enhancement targets. It is therefore no wonder that all prosecutors are applying to join the judiciary. Almost all of them, Your Excellency, want to join the judiciary. Furthermore, it does not make economic sense for government to support pay enhancement and recruitment of judicial officers without increasing numbers and pay of state attorneys and prosecutors who take and present and argue the cases before these judicial officers. Your Excellency, sir, your leadership has had a strong commitment to the rule of law. Strengthening the ODPP greatly contributes to improving criminal justice in the country. Your Excellency, it is detailed on the commitment letter. On the 11th of July 2017, the then Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Major General retired Honorable Kainda Otafire, wrote to the prosecutors through the DPP, giving government commitment in respect of prosecutors' grievances. Your Excellency, a cabinet was designated to form a cabinet subcommittee, which was comprising of the minister himself, the Attorney General, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Public Service, who is present here. Your Excellency, the subcommittee agreed on a number of things. That included waiver of taxes for the salaries of prosecutors. The commitments were reached, Your Excellency, but we are still waiting for them to be honored. And we know that government will honor them at an appropriate time. At the same time, the government pay targets have also not been followed in respect of the prosecutors. That's why, as prosecutors, we are very excited for your coming here today, because we know that the fulfillment will be coming today. I want to thank the CJ and the The Chief Justice has been very supportive of us because he realizes he needs the chain for him to dig, to plow. The Minister of Justice has been very supportive of us, and Champisi Child Care Ministry and the Human Trafficking Institute, you have been very, very supportive of us, and UNODC, Space for Giants. Your Excellency, top priority, this is now finally, top priority request for the financial year 2022-2023. Your Excellency, sir, I've listed a number of our challenges. I'm aware that of the many competing demands against the limited national resource envelope. We are aware of that, Your Excellency. If you asked me to stick to only one request, only one, I will say it is this, that you cause the salaries of prosecutors to be raised in line with the set government targets for the financial year 2022-2023. We require only 25 billion to be able for salary enhancement for state attorneys and state prosecutors. This will bring them in line, Your Excellency, with set government targets and favorably comparable with the already attained pay targets for the judiciary. Your Excellency, I implore you look favorably into this particular request, even if it be the only request that you attend to this time. This year prosecutors are ready and willing to cause improvements in delivering our mandate. They are overworked. They have endured in service in remote parts of our country. They have done so with over-delayed promotions in their career path and with less pay for many years. Let your visit today leave them with a smile on their faces and great motivation. In conclusion, Your Excellency, the Office of the DPP remains very grateful for your support and for gracing this event today, and of course, also for your continued support to the Kagezi children. We remain committed to making the necessary improvements in delivering our mandate, and we also request for your continued support for God and my country. Your Excellency, in the Karamojong culture, when you have a visitor, the visitor doesn't go empty-handed. So we prepared for you a gift, Your Excellency, if you'll be kind enough to take it from us. It is from the prosecutors. But before I can give our gift, I want the Kagezi children, they also have a gift for you. I want them to come and be the first to present, then we can present first to the keynote speaker, and then we shall present to you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, in the interest of time, Your Excellency, we have our gift, but in the interest of time, Your Excellency, we want to invite you because we are aware that you are running to another meeting. We invite you, Your Excellency, to address us.
Well, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, His Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice, other judges, the DPP, and the prosecutors. There is somebody who should be prosecuted today. This is a man called Dr. Omona. Come here for prosecution. Come, they see you. Stand there on the platform. Don't hide behind it. Go there in front so that they see you. Now, that man is a confusion creator. Is my PPS. He has organized in one day 2 big conferences. Your conference here and the NRM caucus at Koloro. Now, what I had hoped was to have a whole day with the prosecutors. Now, how do you defend yourself? You try to defend yourself. The microphone is there, you talk. Behind you there, you go and talk. I think he has pleaded guilty. There is no. So that's why I am now, these are big conferences. I want to really time the whole day to listen to you, and we talk and I answer. But now I am here, and then the NRM MPs are waiting at Kololo. How can you? This is not good. I'm very sorry about this. But nevertheless, it's good that you have organized, you have been organizing the Joan Kagezi Memorial Lectures. It's good to know that she's not forgotten, that the profession remembers her, and the country remembers her. Now, apparently, when you come for the memorial lecture, you address broader issues of justice. Like when I found Justice Susan, whom I'm very glad doesn't put on the wig. But then she spoiled the whole thing that she does it on ceremony. I thought she had abandoned it completely. She was talking about the cross-border crime and human trafficking. Now, this externalization of labor, which is part of the whole problem, as she pointed out, is really temporary for our country. We should not be here externalizing our children to go and work for others. There are some countries in the world that externalize their children, like the Philippines. You go all over the place, you find Filipinos all over the place. However, you have got other countries, like South Korea. The only South Korean I have ever seen abroad is Ban Ki-moon, the one who was Secretary General of the UN. You don't see South Koreans all over the place. This is the vision of the NRM. NRM, we don't want our children to go to work as a bapakasi for other people. But the problem we have been having is the resistance to our vision. Because you remember we came from the bush, and when we came here, people were busy with all sorts of confusion. Neo-colonial mentality. The civil service, some of the politicians, they had all sorts of confused ideas. So we have been struggling to implement our vision. The population of Uganda is now 43 million people. If you assume that there are 5 people in each family, that means we have got 8.6 million families, about 9 million families. Now, many of these families, you can check with UBOS, Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Many of these families have land, family land. They have land, many of them. Now, we have been telling you, the whole country, of how to create jobs in the country. And we have been telling you in English, in the local languages, and I have experimented it myself in the cattle corridor since 1966, when I was a student leader, that you can transform the peasantry very quickly from what they call subsistence, working for the stomach only, okukola ekidda kyonka, according to the Rugwere of Paris. Or, as they say in Luo, teach, may each, keken. You can transform this within a very short time from working only for eating to working for the stomach and the pocket. Now, there are some of the people who have listened to us. If you have got some prosecutors here from Fort Portal, they can bear witness to this. And from other areas of the cattle corridor, like Chiruhura, they will tell you that the families have changed because of listening to our message. Go from working for the stomach only, work for the stomach and the pocket with a chibaro. In Luo, say chura. In Ateso, we say aymar. But people don't listen. They're very busy with other things. Whoa. Now, the people in Fort Portal who listen to our message, there's one family there, which some of the families which you can go and see. Somebody called Nyakana in Rwengaju. Do you have a prosecutor from Fort Portal? Come here and we see you. Come. Oh, they are quite a number. And you can see this one is well fed. You can see. Stand there, stand there. Stand there and they see you. And the girls, you see, they are all well fed. Can't you see? Oh, thank you so much. Now, these young people here can bear witness to me if they know Rwengaju Parish. That area has changed. Thank you so much. Thank you for being my witnesses. Now, there is one family of somebody called Nyakana in that Rwengaju parish. These people were earning nothing. Nyakana and his wife, I think, were councillors in the district council, but they listened to my message on the radio. And in our manifesto of 1996, we put in what we called the 4 acres model. Because remember, you lawyers, you also know another problem which is facing your country, which people don't talk about, busy with other things. One of the problems is land fragmentation on inheritance. This is a threat to the future of the families in Uganda, because it means each generation, the family land is becoming smaller. So by 1996, when we went for we had already seen this. From 1966, when we were students, and started talking against it. Talking against, because I started my work in the Chilhura area. Do you have some prosecutors from Chilhura? Let's see how they look like. You come here. You can see how well fed she is. Evidence is here. They drink a lot of milk. Thank you, thank you. You see how they are all looking. So when we started that campaign, end of 1966, we were campaigning against nomadism, because they were nomadic, like the Karamajong. So campaigning against nomadism, against working for only the stomach, subsistence farming, even maize, sugarcane, those need bigger land. So we don't recommend them for the 4 acres or less. Those we need them, the country needs them, but those should be done by rich people like Museveni and others who can grow on a big area. I can grow cotton for you, for the country, for 100 acres. I can grow it if you want it, if the ministry organizes us. You can grow the cotton, the rich ones, the ones with big land. They can grow cotton, I will not grow tobacco, but I can grow cotton for you, grow maize. I will not grow sugarcane. The Basoga are already doing that. So you can have the 2 modes of agriculture. One called intensive agriculture, where you use a small area to get very good money. The other one, extensive agriculture, where you get small amount per acre, but because you have got a big acreage, the total is big. This is what we advised. This is what we advised in 1996 in the manifesto, in writing. But people don't listen. But these people in Fort Portal, those Batoro people, you should be very careful about them. They are people who listen. They are not as arrogant as these other groups. They look soft and speak softly, but they are very serious people. So they listened on what I was telling them. Say, Omugurusi Nabaza Kino. This old man is saying something is like this. So for them, when they heard my message, they no longer, they said, this old man is talking of 4 acres. But here in Rengaju, we no longer have 4 acres. We have already destroyed them by bad inheritance practices. So what do? What is the average? 1 acre. They had only 1 acre. Can you imagine? Now, from 1 acre, these people, because they listened to my message, they could no longer do the 7 things which I talked about. No, for them they chose 2. They chose poultry for eggs and dairy for cows. They would grow the pasture in the 1 acre. Nyakana is earning 258 million shillings from 1 acre in a year. Now, you remember Susan was talking about employment, children, trafficking, what, NGOs. Now, Nyakana and his wife shifted from joblessness, because they were councillors in the district. I think they were no longer councillors. But as councillors, they were in any case getting very little. So by going for the two enterprises, which is what CJ was talking about when I watched, poultry and dairy, they went from, they employed themselves, and now they are employing another 15 people. People who had no jobs in the village now have jobs. So, my chura, my Aymar, my Chibaro, is that if you have got 9 million families out of the 43 million people, let's assume that 5 million have some land, which they can, if they listen to our message, which they can convert from working for the stomach only, but working for the stomach and the pocket with a chibaro, like the Rwenga people have done. Each one may not employ 15 people like Nyakana has done. Even if each employs 10 people, times 5 million families, and not all the 9 million families, let's say just 5, that will create 50 million jobs. You calculate it. So you will have so many jobs that you will have no people to do them. In any case, during the colonial times, that's how the Barundi, the Banyarwanda, the people from other places had come to Uganda, because we had coffee and other things, and we didn't have enough labor here. And people were coming from other countries. Now, this is one sector now. One sector, commercial agriculture. Just going from working for the stomach only to working for the stomach and the pocket with chura, with Aymar. In Lugubara, we say otita. Do you have Lugubara people here? These people have never seen a Lugubara, how he looks like. Come on, we see how a Lugubara looks like. Come, Lugubara, where are they? Oh, there are many Lugubaras, Wanangi. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Ingonia, our therefore, people are looking something. It seems in spite of the tobacco, they are not doing badly. So is my otita correct? Otita is correct. Otita, our default. So, this topic, I didn't know that you were talking about this topic, the one of migration and all this. This is because people don't listen to the NRM message. We can create 50 million jobs in agriculture alone if the families who have land listen to our message. Forget about those who may not have land, because I've said only 5 million. The other 4, maybe they are in the town, Kawempe and all that. Okay, those we shall see how to handle them differently. But the ones who have got land, please, work for the stomach and the pocket with the Chivaro, Aymar, Chura, Otita. Then you will have no, Susan will have less work in her office. Migrating, going, coming back. Now, this is just agriculture. Now, the agricultural sector. Now, add industry now. Because all this you produce in agriculture will have to be processed. Value addition. So you add industry. You add services. Now, those children of ours who are going abroad, they are going to provide a service, but a bad service. Working in the houses, all this. It's a service, of course, but there are better services which can be employ our people. And then ICT. So the problem of migration is really because of not listening to the NRM message. But I'm glad you are here. And you can, although you are prosecutors, you can add on that message that you had an old man talking about this in Kampala. Now, on the issue of Joan Kagezi, I was glad to hear what Susan was talking about, because the people who killed Joan Kagezi were identified. Why they have not been prosecuted, I have now heard it from Susan now for the first time, that transboundary, I don't know what. But if it is transboundary, why not publicize it and you embarrass those who are harboring them? If these fellows, because like I heard that one of them was living somewhere. I know he was living, because you know your theater actions of lawyers. I don't want to talk because there is sub judice. So I don't know why you called me here, because I can't say anything. But I know the story. So the story is, these people were seen, were identified. They were seen clearly, and we have got Bodo was talking about working with the police. Those departments have good talent in them if they are well used. In the police, we had a department who could do forensic reconstruction. These people say, the person you saw, how did he or she look like? Then the person describes in words. Then the forensic draws. So these people, when they drew, we knew one of the criminals, and we know him. So I was asking my girl there in the CID, Akulo, what happened? Oh, we are still what? Transboundary, what Susan was saying. But if it is transboundary, if they say that they don't want to bring back that person here because we are killers, okay, you try him there. Is that allowed? Why can this person not be tried there and sentenced, put in a hotel, what they call a prison, for life? At least we shall know that we know the person. Where is the Attorney General? Why can that not be done? Isn't crime transnational also? Isn't accountability? Abodo, you help me here. Come and help me. Why can we not say, you try, if you don't want to bring this person here, you try him there. Tell me what is the problem. Because you say we are killers, we are going to kill him. For you want to put him in a hotel, which you call a prison, and he eats soup and pudding and all that. But at least we know that he's not free. What is the problem?
Your Excellency, I think there are a number of so many issues dealing with this trying of offenders. Sometimes when they don't want to extradite an offender because if you have a death penalty in our laws, then they don't want to.
Okay, you try him there in your...
And sometimes we can do that, Your Excellency, but I think it just depends on what relationship, what treaties we have with a particular country.
Yeah, but we bring it up so that, because now the people of Uganda are demoralized because somebody was killed and it appears as if we don't even know the one who killed the person. If we know who killed the person, but we say he's somewhere where they don't want to bring him back, then at least people will know. What is the problem? Maybe Susan knows more about this. Susan, come and tell me and educate me. Because this person is somewhere there.
Your Excellency, what the DPP has said is the correct position.
That
we may not have...
You know, the judges are like a Basoga. The Basoga always said, Omukuri chako wanazena chenkowa. What the chief has said is also what I said. So what are you telling me now? Because you are telling me nothing. That
Your Excellency, we need treaties to be signed with a number of countries, including the Arab world, so that it is easy for us to exchange information and conduct joint investigations and prosecutions.
But this character was not in an Arab country, it's somewhere.
The particular, that one, Your Excellency, I'm totally agreeing because of sub judice.
Of what?
Sub judice. Since the person might be brought to me.
Okay, thank you. Now, coming to the broader concept of justice, I think really the problem was with because I know what you're talking about, logistics, numbers, because the economy of Uganda had collapsed. You know that very well. Was very, 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 very small. So it has expanded more than 20 times since 1986. But we still have so many things to deal with. So this issue of not having enough here is not surprising. But I think the weakness on our side, maybe I should blame sometimes a few of our lawyers who were working with you, Wapakabulo, Jotham Tumwesije, because these were the NRM lawyers from our bush. Our concept of justice is simple and traditional, because for us we have got 3 categories of crime. Category 1 is blood, anything involving blood, shedding of blood is enzugu. It attracts a vendetta. Blood must be paid for with blood. It's the law of Moses. This is our traditional way. Now, other offenses, I needed to check with the elders. I don't know whether fighting would attract a zugu, but I think it would be in what they call ebchumro, okchumra, to a wrong that will not attract death reprisal. It will be sorted out by what they call okhonga, to pay fine and so on. And then there is a chagaro. A chagaro is abomination. Like, for instance, when girls would get pregnant outside marriage, or incest, that is a chagaro. The answer for that is banishment, permanent exile. You wouldn't stay here in the community. You would be like, if a girl got pregnant outside marriage, they would tie a goat skin on her face, and the uncle would beat her and make her through a bomb of thorns. It's called Fumurorgo, never to come back again. So, if you really, I think the mistake was our lawyers not to convey to you our concepts of justice. Because if this volume of work you are talking about, it is because you are handling all of them. Murder, assault, land, for them it seems they all need your attention. But if, for instance, that's why I needed the whole day to be with you. If we concentrated on the murder cases and they were concluded quickly and decisively, are they really too many of those cases? I'm not so sure. You could answer that. If you take the murder, luneko, in our Choli language, killing. That's why you hear the Onek. What the Oneks would have done what? They would have killed somebody or what? What is on neck? Oroneko is different. And I try to speak other than the CJ. I don't want the CJ to stand up to answer simple questions. Come, the microphone, and educate us.
Your Excellency, Onek are killers.
And Onek?
Onek, killer.
Oh, he's a killer?
Yes.
Oh! No, you have been audited out. You have been audited out. This is wrong, no. I think the CG has no alternative.
Sorry for defying your wish. Oneko are killers.
Yes.
Now, the name Onek is given as a woman is married and takes long to produce. The elders would say,
She's killing the children in the stomach.
no, not that. That, you're not extending the family line.
Oh.
You are severe,
What is the verb there?
So Neko is to bring an end to it.
Oneko.
So the name Onek is someone who causes an end.
Oh, but it is a form of killing also.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That doesn't mean
The killer, okay. Apoyo Matek. So, if Abodo, maybe you could help me before I go to deal with the MPs. Are the murder cases so many? Come and tell us. If you are really to concentrate on because with the Africans, what really, like for instance, when the Europeans came here, the British were doing very little for Uganda. But what they did, they stopped killings. They stopped killings. So much so that my uncle would curse people who annoy him. He would say, Keite omuntu w'ekizungu bakakukoma emyaka egana. I wish you kill a British protected person and you pay dearly. That was like a curse by my uncle, my own uncle. Which meant that during the time of the British, the 70 years, killing had stopped. It had not stopped, but it was fully accountable. You would pay. So, why do we make so many cases, killing, marriage, divorce? That's how you get overextended by trying to, I don't know, how many cases of killing nationally, what percentage of that backlog?
Your Excellency, there are not so many murder cases.
Yes.
You take, for instance, a session is about 40 cases.
You know our language is you people. This is the problem you have. Nakoka means daughter, my daughter or something, for the Karamajong. And for the Teso, it is Akoka. Well, I didn't want to discuss our secrets in public here, the ones of welfare and so on, because we talked about them, and I'm fully aware. I don't know the exact timing, and I'm committed because I'm not. Because in our language, when you are a liar, Lagoba or Esabet in Ateso. And you know I'm not that. I am for the truth. But Of course, we have these problems of corona and all this and all this and all this, but we are committed to the judiciary. We moved, and also to the prosecutors. We shall move. Now, what I don't know is the exact timing. That's what I don't want to blunder into. That's why I would prefer a quiet meeting with finance, and I will call your leadership, and we have the timetable of when we do what. So welfare, be sure. This principle, we started it from the very beginning. In 1986, we were getting all very low salaries. But I insisted that the judiciary gets more money. At that time, and what was the reasoning? The reasoning was that even if we are all hungry, but the one who kuramura's, you know okuramura. Okuramura mukimanyi? Okuramura, omulamuzi. The okuramura, the CJ is Sabalamuzi. The head of the okuramura is to separate people who are fighting. When you find people fighting and you say, stop fighting, what are you fighting for? And you separate them. We said the Balamuzi must not be hungry like us. You can be hungry, but not the Balamuzi. That's how we started the judiciary getting more money than anybody at the beginning. Now, later on, we were reminded that no, it's not just the Balamuzi. There are other legal officers of the government. The ones in the Attorney General's chambers, the DPP, and we said, okay, they are part of the chain, which our daughter has identified between the plow and the oxen. And we don't want the oxen to just be eating grass and not pulling the plow. So, this one I will handle when next week. No, don't. I will meet Abodo and her group, and we find where we are. But as a bushfighter, I must also advise, because the one you see here is an expert in doing work with scarce resources. I'm an expert in that. Somebody who started with 27 guns and defeated an army of 60,000, surely he's a consultant when it comes to using scarcity to solve problems. So, I think there's some contradiction in what you are saying. You are now 300 something. You are understaffed. You want to be 800. For me, as a bushfighter, I would say, let's first pay these 300 well. Because if you mix it up with expansion and so on, you will not survive in the Royal Triangle. So, yes, they will be overworked, but somebody with a full stomach can work hard. Rather than having so many people who are all hungry democratically. So I would say step one, these 300, let's see what we can do about the 300. Now, I also feel ashamed that the Kasako of these young people, I have not fulfilled my pledge. I feel embarrassed that I have not fulfilled the pledge to the circle. This one I will fulfill for sure. So with these few words, and with Omona having pleaded guilty here in public, they allow me to rush and I go to see the other MPs who are waiting at Kololo. But I guarantee you, when we meet next time, I will have a full day. Maybe in the State House and I kill a bull for you. Eramanoi, Arakaranoi.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be upstanding for the East African anthem and the national anthem? Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Members of the security detail, we have a book that we would like His Excellency to launch. Could we kindly just have it at the front as His Excellency moves? We'd like to have him just sign it, and we will be extremely impressed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, as he makes his way out. We thank you so much for sacrificing your afternoon to come and share with us at the 5th Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. Let's give him a huge round of applause. We thank you so much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call Peter Sewachiranga, the Executive Director of 𝐉𝐻𝐀𝐍 Childcare Ministries, to do a final performance. You may take your seats. We have one powerful performance, and then we will call it a day.
Story. In 2009, I met a 3-year-old brave boy. And forgive me, but these stories are a little bit graphic and hard to bear. They might pierce your ears, your hearts, but these are realities happening just behind our doors. This 3-year-old child was stabbed in the neck. The witch doctor grabbed them and mutilated their genitals completely. I lived with that child in my house, and later was able to accompany this child with one of our partners to Australia for life-saving genital reconstruction surgery. He would otherwise have died. He's living now, 18 years old, through the care of 𝐉𝐻𝐶 Childcare Ministries, a hopeful life, but otherwise deemed infertile because of these bloodthirsty men that have killed and mutilated him. Just last year, to save you the long story of those stories, a 3-4-year-old boy was kidnapped right here in the city center. The witch doctors stabbed him in the neck. They cut a machete and cut his hand off from the wrist. He has no hand right now and lives in the facility that 𝐉𝐻𝐶 Childcare Ministries rehabilitates. And this child, we were able to arrest the witch doctors. And in 2013, I witnessed 3 children that were killed from the same family. These were all girls. I looked at their lifeless bodies when we visited the scene of crime. They were headless because their heads were decapitated. They were full of blood. And one of the children had a deep cut on the hand, probably showing his courage during the fight, trying to fight off these men that wanted to kill her. It was a little later. So it had rained, fire ants had come, and there we were witnessing 3 children, aged 4, 6, and 10, who were sacrificed by these witch doctors at that time. But today, I want to say that with the partnership with the Office of the DPP and other stakeholders, last year, the president, in his absentia right now, we wanted to thank him, signed into law the Prevention and Prohibition of Human Sacrifice Bill 2020, a tool that is going to help us fight human sacrifice in Uganda. And the children are here to say thank you to him and all those that participated. Champisi Child Care Ministries was at the forefront in the development of this bill together with other partners for over 8 years. This law has come in time to address and comprehensively the legal requirements to fight child sacrifice in Uganda. It has set precedents for other countries where this is happening as well. It also supplements the Trafficking in Persons Act that has been proven very effective in the prosecution of human trafficking offenders. I would also proudly say that with tremendous applause, the Uganda Coalition Against Trafficking in Persons and organizations that are made up of that have made headways to provide victim assistance and support. They have built support for duty bearers, the first responders under the Anti-Trafficking Persons Framework. The civil society organizations have a collection of 15 shelters countrywide dedicated to serving victims of gender trafficking, especially those that are affected in child sacrifice. We have also developed trauma-informed protocols for victim-centered initiatives and collaborations. Lastly, Your Excellencies, members of Parliament here and gentlemen, at the United Nations Human Rights Council 47th session that took place in June and July last year, Agenda 3, Section 47, the elimination of harmful practices related to accusations of witchcraft and ritual attacks. Taking note from various relevant and research-based recommendations and conclusions, especially the expert workshop on witchcraft and human rights held in Geneva in September 2017, which I attended and presented the case for Uganda in human sacrifice, especially for the vulnerable children. They expressed concern that harmful cultural practices, especially child sacrifice and ritual attacks, are happening on a large scale and need to be addressed. And that response made 8 resolutions, which are not known to us, but they are international legal support systems. 1, they say it urged states to take all measures necessary to ensure that elimination of harmful practices amounting to the killing of children of child sacrifice must be addressed by the states that assign. It calls on states to ensure that no one within their jurisdiction is deprived of their right and that we bring to justice all perpetrators of child sacrifice. It invites states on collaborations with relevant regional and international organizations. It invites states to draw attention to this issue in context at the universal and have universal views. It emphasizes that states should carefully distinguish between harmful practices amounting to human rights violations and accusations with witchcraft and human rights attacks, and the lawful legitimate exercise of different kinds of religions and beliefs. Today, I would like to call upon you and the children that are here today. The Champis Children Choir is a platform availed to the children in KCM Rehabilitation Program to allow them to express themselves through art, music, poetry, dance, and storytelling. The children have endured painful near-death experiences no child should ever go through. Performing art is very powerful therapy that helps bring healing from trauma, and this helps them look at life positively and with hope. Every child in the choir today has a story, how they came to be at KCM. Their performance today is not only for entertainment, but voices crying out with a vulnerable ethical appeal for us to protect them, to care for them, and to make it possible for them to live. KCM with other partners are writing their stories, and we hope that today as you listen to their song and dance, we will participate, and that their dance will show you that from despair and pain, there is hope for those that have suffered deeply and with such injustice. I'd like to invite the Champisi Children's Choir to perform today, and please welcome them.
Check 1, 2.
nicho, 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 nicho. Musina ubisa ya bila ya solo. Musina ubisa ya bila ya solo. Soya ya bila. Musina ubisa ya bila ya solo. Mama chamana. Nicho, nicho, ya, ya, ni. Kede marada ke chori mabe marajolo kede marada hi chori na we cocktail wainina 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 na we cop hi chori na we cocktail wainina na we cop tell you I need na wake up tell you hey Johnny na wake up tell you I need wake up hey Johnny na wake up tell you I need na Johnny na wake hey Johnny na wake up tell you I need na wake hey Johnny na wake up tell you I need na wake up tell you I need na Johnny na wake up tell hey Johnny na wake up tell you I need hey fire my day up tell you I need na Johnny na wake hey Johnny na wake up tell you I need hey Johnny na wake up tell Johnny Wayne, Johnny wake up, tell you Wayne, Johnny wake up, tell you Wayne, Johnny wake up, Johnny wake up, tell you Wayne, Johnny wake up, tell you Wayne. Johnny wake up, tell you Wayne. Sing Hana Sefe, Aumo, say Hana Sefe, Neswango, Hana Sefe, hey, Hana Sefe, Neswango, Hana Sefe, say Hana Sefe, Neswango, say Hana Sefe, and Yumba Yamama, Aumo, say Hana Sefe, Neswango, say Hana Sefe, say Hana Sefe, Neswango, say Hana Sefe, Neswango, say Hana Sefe, and Yumba Yamama, Nasafe, Nefabalango, Nasafe, Nefabalango, Nasafe, Saulu Samagulu, Nasafe, Nefabalango, Nasafe, Nefabalango, Nasafe, Fabalango. Safabalango, Nasafe, Nefabalango, Saulu Samagulu, Nasafe, Nefabalango, Salambe, 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 he's all the best, yes, all the best, he was all the best, all the best, yes, all the best, yes, all the best.
this. I have my hope. I try to hold on.
But it's hard to believe I'm a girl, boy,
man,
woman that you have never met. I have a world away from you. And though I seem so different, I'm someone's daughter, son,
wife,
and husband too. But we are living in the world that is so loaded with greedy. 1 million of people are stolen, sold, bought, beaten, raped, and abused. One is too many. That worthless, damn silly, fake. Maybe you know a thing like a razor blade, that desire to disappear. Do you know that feel, the ache that lingers inside you, the taste of the last cigarette on the tongue, the pain in the body because the work is never done. I was broken, misunderstood, judged, unloved, and heart-tainted. My future was bright, but you violated me, raped me, and told me I was yours. I was revolted on my innocence, raped on my virginity, and so to hell, you locked my doors.
Do you know the sound of your dreams being cracked in the dark?
They will do anything for money, failing to do a good deed, but take chance to traffic people.
But our lives have no currency.
A single coin is not worth your dignity. Pricing your body can define your identity. Enduring the unspeakable, living in shadows, unseen, unused. I'm always on the move. My body and spirit are broken. I do what I'm told to save my life, but there is no comforting. My hands reaching the heaven through the swim bars. Will someone rescue me? My heart's undertone. Is there anyone to identify me?
No.
Enough is enough. To all those passionate about the fight against human trafficking, it's today and now. It's time we take a step.
Mama yewe basi ya galo yewe sama mbuyu yewe ai sama mtoto yewe Imana ale idanga mabuwa twa wayanga ale idanga mabuwa twa wayanga ale idanga mabuwa dilmaliwa
idanga mabuwa twa wayanga
idanga mabuwa twa wayanga abalangira simyo kubabona
yongebe kumwana tawa yanga
ngada simyo kubabona
yongebe kumwana tawa yanga
simyo kubabona
yongebe kumwana tawa yanga
ngira simyo kubabona
yongebe kumwana tawa yanga
kalelo kana bako mwana kalira
leta kalelo kana beko mwana kalira
weleza mwana Mama Naila Banjabagawa, Banagazuke, Nasimia Quibila Bakulu, Abagazuke, Caravana Gabashamanga, Banagazuke, Konakunga Batale, Abanagazuke, Zinova Simbazuki Tata, Abanagazuke, Kanamama Masaja Kabaka, Abanagazuke, Namana, Banagazuke, Banjabagawa. Ya ye kagote baba mongere namaga kwaya zabalonje kwaya zenya ye babongela bage oyo kagote baba bongela bakulu bana babongela bakulu sena itali ngala bana kagote baba bongela bakulu mama ndali yaba muje azara nana babongela bage nana itali kaumuja buyogo bana babongela bage sena buyiyo buyogo Ola baba yimba abana bamudola baba yimba kayesi ali ola baba yimba mama ola baba sanya kayesi ola baba yimba mama ola baba yimba kayesi mama ola baba yimba mama ola baba sanya mama ola baba yimba mama ola baba yimba kayesi ali wa